coming in. He understands you have to win football games. And by the way, let's have our freshman quarterback lead us to a 95 and 98, 97-yard drive, 2 scores. Let's have our defense create 2 turnovers in the fourth quarter. So when you make plays like that, when the game is on the line, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about overcoming that adversity and not only overcoming it to get back into game, but to win the football game.
Brian, a couple times this week he used the word validation, that this validates what we've been telling them for 9 months. And one of the very first player meetings back in December and January, one of the players got up and said, "Coach, how do we learn to win?" He said, "Well, you do what we tell you to do, because we have won a national championship. We have been to another title game. We could have been to a couple more. We were in the top 10 here when we were here 20 years ago. We know what we're doing. And to win and come from behind, it gives validation and tells the players we know what we're doing, so they'll buy in even more."
Absolutely, Lynn. And that's the key. When a new coach comes in, he has a program that he's trying to sell, right? And as you have success, more kids start buying in. And then when they have a win like they did last week, now it's not only about buying in. Now it's about the players being fully invested, because it costs a little more to be fully invested versus just buying in. And now he understands. He has these guys full attention. And what did he say after last week's game? We can coach them a little harder.
Yeah. And they did this week. He said he was going to coach Tuesday. He and his staff, like the Tar Heels, had lost, and that's exactly what they did. It's been a hard week of practice. Carolina getting ready for Miami. Lee, 2 things stood out offensively, at least to me, for the Tar Heels. First, the effectiveness of Carolina's ground game, just physically churning out 238 yards against the Gamecocks. And then secondarily, something that Brian just mentioned, true freshman Sam Howell just coolly orchestrating 2 95-plus yard touchdown drives in the fourth quarter to help lead the Heels to the win.
Jones, how about this stat from last Saturday? Time of possession, Carolina 34 minutes, South Carolina 26. When have we ever seen an 8-minute Carolina advantage like that in time of possession? I can't remember when, but it just goes back to how good that offense played once it got its sea legs underneath it. A combination of throwing the ball and running it. You look at Howell, and Mac Brown has talked all week about his accuracy and how he loves his accurate arm. Howell was 5 of 6 on throws 20 yards or more last Saturday, but he has the ability to run the ball. Phil Longo, the offensive coordinator, said if he were a defensive player, he'd be a middle linebacker. So he likes contact, and one thing they wanted to do this week is run from that contact. But we also saw the speed of Michael Carter, the power and authority of Javonte Williams, and the burst and fresh legs of Antonio Williams. So not to mention a couple of all-star catches by De'Ami Brown and Bo Corrales.
And, Antonio Williams had the fewest carries of those 3 guys. Javonte Williams, 18 carries, 102 yards. Michael Carter, 16 for 77. Antonio Williams only had 4 carries for 53 yards, but he was really the one who sparked that 98-yard drive. Mac Brown talked about how fresh he felt Antonio Williams was, and really credited Robert Gillespie, the running backs coach for Carolina, for the rotation that they used. So when Antonio went in there, he was the freshest guy on the field. He ripped off a couple of 20-plus yard runs, got that momentum going. Carolina eventually scored on that drive. Brian, after the first 15 minutes last week, Tar Heel defense had allowed 128 yards to South Carolina, including 90 on the ground. The rest of the way, the Carolina defense yielded only 142 yards, 38 on the ground. What, in your opinion, did the Heels do so well defensively in that final 45 minutes?
Well, early on, we talked about the tackling, and the tackling was not good early on. They got that corrected. They got multiple guys running to the football and being very aggressive, playing with a lot of energy. And then early on, Chaz Surratt and Gemmel, they were misaligned. So, guys who've never played the position, Surratt was a quarterback last year. So, Coach Brown spoke about that. He had no idea what was going on early, but he played with a lot of energy. But not only that, but South Carolina, in the fourth quarter, they ran 18 plays for 23 yards. That is unbelievable. 26 of their plays were for none or negative yardage in the game. So Carolina defensively did the job, and they create 2 turnovers in the fourth quarter. That's winning defensive football.
And Brian, it was nice to see the secondary play really well. Those 2 safeties came up with the fourth quarter interceptions. But a young man I think needs some props for that game is Greg Ross Jr., who was who had so many struggles last year. Dre Bly said last weekend after the game that he does not lack physical ability. It's all about confidence, and confidence you can get in a nasty downward momentum spiral with your confidence, and that's certainly what happened to him last week. He did not give up a big ball, and I mentioned it on the broadcast. Late in the game, God, it was so nice to see Patrice Renee go nose to nose with a big Gamecock receiver, play him up hands, stick him down the sideline, and make a break up. So that was really impressive, Jones.
You know, I mentioned Chaz Surratt. Had a chance to talk to Chaz earlier this week, and he said physically he felt good out there, and just mentioned, Brian, some of the stuff you talked about. He said he had some missed assignments early. He was going to the wrong place. He said, but as the game went on, slowed down a little bit for him. And gracious, you just have to think that every week, the more reps that he has, that's going to improve even more.
No
and more
question. And the one thing about him that stands out when you watch him live and on tape, the kid is athletic.
Yeah.
They talk about his speed, but he not only has straight line speed, he has great lateral quickness. He can change direction, and he's good. But going back to the corners, not only Patrice Renee, but Greg Ross, we didn't hear Greg Ross' name. We didn't hear Storm Duck name. When you throw two corners out there and you don't hear their name, that's a good day.
Well, and those linebackers too, Brian, you talk about Chaz Surratt. He's created a little bit of a personnel issue for this week because Dominique Ross did not play at all last week. He was the assumed starter, and now you wonder, well, how will they mix Surratt, Gimmel, and Ross today? And Jay Bateman says they've got different packages and could see all three of them at various times today.
Yeah, and I would say Surratt earned an opportunity to get more snaps today.
It's interesting, guys, and have one more question I want to hit on here before we take a break. But if you're wondering what Mack Brown is doing here 45 minutes or so before kickoff, he is on the field talking to recruits families. He's making sure that he says hello to them before things get busy for him this evening. So, of course, Carolina keeping an eye on that side of things as well. Lee, before we get out of here, it wasn't all perfect for the Tar Heels last week. Two areas in which Carolina, I know, wants to improve tonight. One, fewer penalties, and two, better coverage on kicks and punts. Gave up some big returns a week ago.
Well, the Tar Heels had 10 penalties, Jones, but Miami had 14 also, in their first game. So how much of that is first game issues? We're going to find out tonight how much both teams have cleaned it up. Carolina had one delay, 4 false starts, and one really bad pass interference call and a bad face mask call. So hopefully they have addressed all that. Kids have learned from their mistakes and won't make them today. But you talk about the kicking game. Hidden yardage, Carolina had a 138-yard deficit in return yards. And you think about 138 yards, that's a lot of yardage over the course of a ball game. So that's something that they've got to get cleaned up. And, in fact, they had freshmen in so many positions in the kicking game. One reason the Tar Heels took what seemed to be that odd knee on fourth down was that Mack Brown said he didn't want to risk a freshman centering to a freshman punter and trying to get that off in that situation.
Carolina hosting Miami tonight. The Hurricanes have not played since that Week 0 game a couple of weeks ago against Florida. We'll take a closer look at the opponent tonight, the Hurricanes, when we return to the Rees Jewelers pregame show from Learfield, IMG College.
Crown Honda of South Point is proud to sponsor the UNC Tar Heels. We share a commitment to excellence and a strong desire to be the best. That's why we offer top-notch service, a huge selection, and a 110% guarantee on our already low price tags. Call, click, or come by Crown Honda of South Point, just 1 mile from the streets of South Point and Durham, or visit us online at southpointhonda.com. This is Crown Honda of South Point, wishing the Tar Heels the best season ever. Your purchase competitive new vehicle at the lower price or refund you 110% difference. Not valid with new rebates, interest rate, price changes, or trade-ins.
Hey, Steve. Welcome to Great Clips. Nice to see you again.
Great Clips asks, what's the difference between good and great?
Come on back and have a seat.
Good asks you what haircut you'd like.
So, I have all your details from the last time you were in. Would you like the same haircut today?
Great already knows. With Clip Notes, we save your haircut details so you can get the same thing as last time, every time. Download our online check-in app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Window World, America's largest exterior remodeler and a proud partner of UNC, provides exceptional quality windows, siding, doors, and more. They're headquartered right here in North Carolina and have enhanced over 100,000 homes across 30 counties for over 25 years. Improving your largest investment with energy efficiency products and creating amazing curb appeal is what they do best. From Raleigh-Durham to Rocky Mount, down to Fayetteville and beyond. Call, click, or visit Window World, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics, today.
The Chapel Hill Restaurant Group and their award-winning restaurants, Squid's, 411 West, Mez Contemporary Mexican, and Page Road Grill are favorites of Carolina fans. And now there's a new member of the family in the heart of downtown Chapel Hill, Lula's, the home of the best fried chicken and biscuits you've ever tasted. The group also caters events throughout the Triangle and provides meals for many of the teams in the UNC family. We encourage you to support the businesses that back Carolina, so dine with the Chapel Hill Restaurant Group. Visit chapelhillrestaurantgroup.com to learn more.
Carolina and Miami in a sold-out Kenan Stadium tonight in Chapel Hill. Some specialists for both sides out on the field. Carolina's going to be wearing its traditional home uniforms. That's the Carolina blue helmets with the white NC on the side. Carolina blue jerseys with the white numbers and letters. White pants with the Argyle down the side. Meanwhile, Miami in all white tonight. Helmets, tops, and pants. They have the U logo on the side of those helmets. Numbers in green, letters in orange. A lot of green and orange piping on those uniforms. It's going to be the 23rd meeting between Carolina and the Canes. All-time series tied at 11 apiece. Miami, though, has won the last two. Brian, let's talk about the opponent. It was a frustrating start to the year for Miami 2 weeks ago. The Canes opened up against one of their in-state rivals in Florida. Miami fell by 4, in large part to penalties. Lee mentioned this. The Canes had 14 of them for 118 yards. And the inability to protect their quarterback. Redshirt freshman Jaron Williams was sacked 10 times in the game, most by any team allowed in the first week in the country. And he was hit more than 20 times in the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're a Carolina fan tonight, I'm going to give you the bad first. Miami has a lot of dynamic guys. They have tight end, a running back, and a receiver who can take it to the house every time they touch the ball. Now, if you're a Carolina fan, I'm going to give you the good. Their offensive line is bad, and it starts with their two tackles, the right tackle and the left tackle. If we hear those guys' name a lot tonight, it's a good night for Carolina. Listen, you can give up sacks. You know, offensive line, the offense gives up, 4 or 5 sacks. But when you give up 10 sacks, that is not because you had a bad game. That is because of bad personnel. And I'm just being honest. It is hard to give up 10 sacks. And the one thing about Coach Bateman last week, when we got South Carolina to third down, he was creative, he was disruptive, and we made plays. And it wasn't always bringing 5 and 6 guys. Sometimes we only brought 4, but he made it look like 6. I expect these young tackles for Miami to really struggle tonight with what Coach Bateman is able to do, especially on third down.
Zion Nelson, a true freshman, is the left tackle. The right tackle for Miami is John Campbell Jr. He is a redshirt freshman. Don't know. They are listed as the 2 starters tonight. There is some question about maybe DJ Scaife, who is the starting right guard who played tackle last year. Maybe he slides out and they make a change in the middle of the line. Unclear. We'll find all that out here in just a little bit when the Hurricanes take the field for the first time. Lee Williams, as Brian alluded to, when he's on his feet, he does have some dangerous skill players around him. Running back DJ Dallas, wide receiver Jeff Thomas, and some really good tight ends, particularly sophomore Brevin Jordan.
Well, Jones, from that trip to Miami last year, a horrible 47-10 loss for the Tar Heels. I remember 2 things. I remember all those turnovers by the Tar Heels, and then, of course, I remember DJ Dallas. Wears number 13, he stands only 5'10", but, boy, he is quick and powerful. He averaged 10 yards a carry and gained over 100 yards against the Tar Heels last year. Last week against Florida in the season opener, he averaged 8.5 yards on 11 carries, and he also caught 4 receptions for an average of 9 yards each. So he can do a lot of stuff. And then you mentioned the tight end, Brevin Jordan. He wears number 9. Jay Bateman said he'll be treated like a wide receiver on every play. Had 32 catches last year as a freshman, 5 for 88 yards in the season opener against Miami. So those are 2 of the big headaches that Carolina is going to face tonight.
Yeah, and when Miami is on the field, for the Carolina fans, when they see Jordan, the tight end, they need to think about Eric Ebron, maybe a guy that's a little more athletic than Ebron in terms of running routes, and he is a wide receiver when he's out there. He is a very skilled tight end.
Two things quickly. 6 turnovers last year for Carolina in the game against Miami. Remember, Hurricanes had a fumble return for a touchdown and 2 picks that they ran back for a touchdown. One of the other turnovers resulted in a field goal drive for Miami, so directly attributing to 24 points for the Canes in that one. And then Lee talking about DJ Dallas. He did line up in the Wildcat. In fact, had a 50-yard touchdown out of that Wildcat direct snap type of position against Florida last week. We'll see if the Canes mix that in tonight. Brian, last thing, defensively, Miami athletic, they're skilled, and they're really disruptive, as they always are, it feels like, particularly defensive end. They've got some dudes who can get to the quarterback, and they have some veteran, aggressive linebackers.
And for me, that's where it starts with these guys. At the defensive unit, Quarterman and Pinkney, those 2 guys can play.
They've been there forever,
and it seems like it. I mean, they've made a lot of tackles. They have a lot of starts, and this is where their defense – they're young in the back end, but they're very athletic. And up front, their front 4 is good and solid, but I don't think it's as good as it has been, especially last year with the guys they had. But they're fast and they're physical.
A big key today, Brian, Carolina felt like South Carolina was gassed in the 4th quarter last week. And, of course, we were playing in the afternoon in a 90-degree sun. It's going to be cooler here tonight, so do not know how conditioning will play into it. But it's interesting, Phil Longo said this week that talking about the speed of play and tempo, he felt like his guys really wanted to apply the gas in the second half against South Carolina. We'll see how much of that they can do tonight against Miami.
2 quick things. Quarterman, a senior, has made 40 career starts. Pinkney, a senior, has made 37. So think of 77 starts between those 2 guys, 2 of the linebackers for Miami. And then last thing, Lee talking about tempo. Thought it was really interesting where Phil Longo basically said, because Phil Longo is the one who signals in the plays. Right. Carolina's offensive coordinator. He said he alone is the one deciding the tempo. Said if he wants to go a little slower, he's just going to wait and signal in the play a little bit later. And so he kind of plays it by ear, gets the feel on the sideline to decide how fast he wants his team to go offensively. So keep that in mind when Carolina has the football tonight and moving forward. All right, we're going to take a break. Come back. Dave's going to take control of the rest of the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. That'll start with a conversation with Tar Heel great Jeff Saturday. After this, from Learfield, IMG College.
To us, a solar panel is so much more than just a solar panel. It's a building block in a clean energy transformation. It's a shift beyond coal and a gateway to more renewable energy for all our families. We're Duke Energy, and all across the Carolinas and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future. Paid for by Duke Energy shareholders.
It's always a great day to be a Tar Heel teacher, and we appreciate all our teachers do to keep our students at the top of their game. Throughout the season, we recognize outstanding Tar Heel teachers who have received Bright Ideas education grants from their local electric cooperatives, which are used to fund innovative classroom projects that bring creative learning to life. This week's Tar Heel Teacher of the Week is Heather Blackwell at Broad Creek Middle School in Newport. Her project, Make Virtual Reality a Reality for Us, is sponsored by Carteret Craven Electric Cooperative. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Traffic. It can be more stressful than that last-second Hail Mary pass, but Nissan changed the game. Nissan Rogue has available Nissan Intelligent Mobility, like ProPilot Assist, that can start and stop in highway traffic all on its own and help keep you centered. Nissan Rogue. It's a game changer. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. ProPilot Assist is an available feature and cannot prevent collisions. Always monitor traffic conditions. Keep both hands on the steering wheel. See owner's manual for safety information.
As official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel fan means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio or stop by and speak to a Wells Fargo team member to learn more. 2019 Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. All rights reserved.
Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Kenan Stadium here on a Saturday night. It's the Tar Heels and Miami Hurricanes. Our pregame show is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, and the official Reed's Jewelers kickoff time is 8:05. Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reed's Jewelers, your family-owned jeweler, trusted for generations. Let's send things back over to Jones, who's got Jeff Saturday on the phone.
Man, you know what time it is. It's time to talk to Jeff Saturday here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Always appreciate Jeff giving us some time and talking Tar Heels. And, Jeff, what a great win last weekend for Carolina, that big fourth-quarter comeback against South Carolina. And I want to start actually at the end of the game. I think two images that a lot of Tar Heel fans have from that game are Mack Brown in his post-game interview on television getting a little bit emotional just about how big of a moment that was for the team and the players, and then also Mack having a little bit of fun in the locker room and showing off those dance moves with the team. When you're a player and you see that kind of stuff from your Hall of Fame head coach, what does that do for you?
Oh, man, it's so endearing to you as a player knowing that, there was no focus on him. It was the focus on the kids, how hard they had worked. And you saw him get choked up. I mean, and he means it. There's such authenticity when he speaks like that. And for guys in the locker room, when you know your coach is going to bat for you, and going to battle for you and push for you the way he has, and when you win it, and like he said, it wasn't anything perfect about the game, but it was a special moment for all of them, and really let them appreciate it. And like you said, him in the locker room dancing. Look, I'm a bad dancer, but my word, that's next level bad. So for him to do all that, man, I loved it. I thought, what a great way to start, his tenure back in Chapel Hill, and with a great group of kids who are giving them their all.
Jeff, a lot of individuals that we could pick out after that matchup with South Carolina. I wanted to ask you about Sam Howell and the young quarterback, his first ever college game. And, the Tar Heels were a little conservative with him in the first half, but then opened things up in the second half. I know you saw most of, if not the entire ball game last week. What takeaways did you take from Carolina's talented rookie QB?
I think the biggest thing, like you said, you start trying, I think we talked about it before. You can't win the game in the first quarter, but you sure can lose one.
Sure.
And so, I thought their game plan, long ago, I thought they did a really nice job of just developing him as the game went on. I would say the most impressed I was in the fourth quarter, and just watching him execute, and the moment wasn't too big. And whether he had to pull it down or we had to make a good throw, or whether he put it up for a tall receiver to go make a play, right? I mean, we're not going to give a quarterback a ton of credit for throwing a toss ball up, but it takes guts to put that thing up there and let your receiver go climb the ladder to get the touchdown. So I was impressed by his execution and the moment not being too big. And so I think that's what you go back and continue to drive home is there are going to be more moments like this. I mean, this is not a team that had great expectations out the jump. And so you're going to face some tough opponents. You're going to have some tough days. Can you dig yourself out and you draw back on, hey, remember that fourth quarter, you didn't let it get too big. Don't let it get too big now. Continue to progress. I'm looking forward to it, man. Listen, I was fired up after that game. I can tell you, man, we were cheering hard, and that was something special to start that way.
Jeff, it really was just a big win for a lot of reasons for Carolina. It's been a tough couple of seasons. The fourth quarter comeback, winning a close game, which has been hard for them in recent years, and I think you saw that with kind of the release of emotion after the game and how excited everybody was. Now you're into the routine of the season, though, where you're all of a sudden you've got another big matchup coming up just a couple days down the road. That day is now here against Miami. How do you put away a big win and then try to focus on the next ball game, especially for a team maybe that's doing it for the first time or hasn't had a ton of experience with it?
Yeah, I can assure you, Mac has talked about, and all the staff has talked about, we caught a team who probably didn't think that we could compete with them. And now that you've shown who you are, it's on film, right? It's on tape of who you are. Miami's been looking at that. They lost a tight game that really they didn't play well in and still had a shot to win that game. And so he has sat in that locker room and said, it doesn't matter what happened last week. This week, you've put yourself on notice, and they really have, and they put themselves on notice on the national front as well. You put back-to-back wins together, and it puts you in a different conversation. Now you go out and don't play well, and it gets back to this is what we expected. So I think Mac and the staff laying that out of, hey, this game for them, they're not going to be sleeping on you. They're going to expect your best, and they're going to bring their best. Now we really see who we are. Can we go back to back? Can we start to stack chips one at a time, week after week, and get better, and not focus on do we win or do we lose, but are we getting better as a football team? Are we correcting the errors that we made? All of those things ultimately lead to that win, and especially giving yourself a shot in the fourth quarter like they did last week. You're hoping that's where they are, here in a little bit.
That's Jeff Saturday with Jones here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. When we come back after the break, I'll chat with former Canes head coach and now at the ACC Network, Mark Richt. Plus, we'll send things down to the field and get a report with Lee Pace. That's all when we come back to Chapel after this from Learfield, IMG College.
For Tar Heel fans, Saturday is game day. For business owners, it's another day in your work week. UPS gets that. That's why they offer Saturday delivery. So you can keep things running smoothly even while your customers drop everything for the game. Stay on top of your game. Ship with UPS, official logistics company of North Carolina Athletics.
Nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of all teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Show them it's not safe to call or text while driving. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeal.
To learn more, visit your local agent, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
It's always a great day to be a Tar Heel teacher, and we appreciate all our teachers do to keep our students at the top of their game. Throughout the season, we recognize outstanding Tar Heel teachers who have received Bright Ideas education grants from their local electric cooperatives, which are used to fund innovative classroom projects that bring creative learning to life. This week's Tar Heel Teacher of the Week is Heather Blackwell at Broad Creek Middle School in Newport. Her project, Make Virtual Reality a Reality for Us, is sponsored by Carter at Craven Electric Cooperative. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Owning an LS tractor is about a lot of things.
For me, it's about lift capacity.
It's about the hydraulics.
Owning an LS, it's about how well it's made.
Steel, baby. More features.
Standard features.
It's about the land. Making it better.
Having something to pass down.
It's about owning the best.
Find your local LS dealer at lstractorusa.com and see what it's about for you.
Heel Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Carolina football is brought to you by Granville Towers, the place to be at UNC, and by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics.
Picking his way up the middle, 25-20, one man to beat at the 10, the 5, reaches for the pylon, give him 6.
This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Breakthrough Physical Therapy sponsors our field report with Lee Pace once again this year. Breakthrough Physical Therapy, the choice in North Carolina for keeping you in the game of life. And Lee, it seems like every Carolina student heeded Coach Brown's words to be here 30 minutes before kickoff. This is already an electric atmosphere.
Well, Dave, not only the students, but looking around the stadium here, it is not full, but to be 30 minutes out, more people in Kenan Stadium than I can ever remember. So they certainly did heed his word. They are running dummy offense and defense, the ones against the ones right now. They'll be running past me in the West End, underneath the West End goalpost in just a couple of minutes. And Coach Brown wanted some applause and some noise and some energy generated from the fans when the team goes in here in just a minute. Talking about the field report, Dave, I am standing on the new field, the Root Zone 3D3 by AstroTurf. It's part of a new $5 million renovation to the field and Kenan Football Center that Coach Brown lobbied for and was given when he first took the job. He said, hey, I'm a traditionalist too. I love grass. I played on it as a kid. Love the smell of it. But turf is the future. It has never been safer. It's softer and more forgiving. So he was adamant that that's one of the first things that he wanted when he got here. So we'll see how this plays out. It is a gorgeous surface. The color is just perfect green. So we'll see how that plays out. A couple personnel notes, Dave, as I am looking at the first team defense. I do see number 4, Trey Morrison, running with the ones. So apparently he is through his concussion issues from last week. Dominique Ross is apparently going to be the starter at the wheel linebacker. And also Nick Polino is back at center running with the ones. He did not play most of the fourth quarter last week, but that was mostly because of just fatigue and cramp issues, Dave.
That's Lee Pace down on the field. 81 degrees currently in Chapel Hill. Kick time temperature should be in the high 70s, so it is shaping up to be an absolutely fantastic night here at Kenan Stadium. Well, Mark Richt won over 170 games as a head coach with Georgia and Miami. Richt, a year removed from the sidelines, is now with the ACC Network, and he told me what it's like to face a divisional opponent this early in the season.
A lot of times it depends on your team. If you've got a veteran team coming back and the other team's got a bunch of people that are breaking in, you're loving that schedule. But when you're the one that has a bunch of young guys and you're going against a veteran team, it makes a huge difference. I mean, that the first for either a freshman or a guy who's a first-time starter, it's dramatic. And even if you're playing a game that everybody expects you to win, you're still going to have that feeling of surrealness once you get in there and you're looking around going, my gosh, this is really happening. But you add the fact that it's a conference game and nationally televised game, it adds to it. And the other thing it does is it does help you in the off season truly prepare just a little bit harder. I think every player would say if you're going to open up with a top 20 team or somebody in your side of the conference, it's going to be more meaningful in the off season.
That's Mark Richt talking Canes and Tar Heels with us. And, Coach, you're no stranger to quarterbacks. You've tutored a bunch of great ones over the course of your time as an offensive coordinator and as a head coach. Carolina did something that it had never done before last week in starting a true freshman quarterback in an opener. And all Sam Howell did was lead his team down by 11 with 2 drives of 90-plus yards in the fourth quarter. How impressive is it that young man didn't blink in the face of pressure?
Yeah, it was amazing, really. And, nowadays – guys are coming in January. Sam was a mid-year enrollee. He graduated early. He's kind of preparing his whole high school career for a moment like that. And his dad's a coach. And, my son John and I at Miami, John was a quarterback. So we were had the home visit and, we're trying to get him to come to Miami. We knew he was a very special player. And but now, kids are they're more prepared nowadays than they were even 10 years ago, in my opinion, just by the way they spend their off seasons. They do football only. They'll go to these quarterback gurus to work on fundamentals. They're just more advanced. Even what they do offensively in high school is very similar to what's happening in college. So these guys are more ready than they used to be.
Former Miami head football coach Mark Richt with us here on the Tar Heels Sports Network. He's in his first year in television, and when we come back from the break, we'll send things back to Jones, who is going to be with Mack Brown. 5 years in TV, his first year back on the field. So far, so good for the Tar Heels head football coach, looking to make it a 2-0 start, and we'll talk to Coach Brown after this from Learfield IMG College.
McCurry-Dake Motors has been providing the stylish Buick for families for generations. Come browse a new selection and you'll find the car that everybody's talking about. The family-owned dealership is deeply entrenched in our community. They understand the needs of the customers and will work with them to find the perfect car, truck, or crossover for their lives. Experience the new Buick at McCurry-Dake Motors. Take a look around the website to learn more about everything offered at McCurry-Dake Motors, 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
Have you heard the 3 big lies about Medicaid eligibility? First, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your house. That's not true. Second, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. That's not true. And third, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. That's not true. Please call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Ken Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm for a free consultation and learn the truth about Medicaid and eligibility and nursing home care in North Carolina. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify and not lose everything you own. Call the Arledge Law Firm today at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. Again, that's 287-3338.
My name is Corporal Bradley Joseph Seitz.
Jerry Reed.
Kate Weber.
These are real veterans facing a real challenge.
I have PTSD.
And I have PTSD.
I have PTSD.
Post-traumatic stress disorder can happen to anyone.
I was still in a war zone in my mind.
But treatment can turn your life around.
Treatment has really saved my life.
To learn about PTSD and how treatment can help you, call your local VA medical center or visit ptsd.va.gov.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
The Reach Jewelers pregame show continues from Chapel Hill. It's Carolina and Miami under the lights here on a Saturday as we toss things back over to Jones, who's with Coach Brown for another installment of the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. It's brought to you by Continental Tire, innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, just go to continentaltire.com.
Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner alongside the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Carolina getting ready for its home opener against Miami. Coach, first of all, let's go back to last week for just a second. I know it's all about the Canes, but that was one of the bigger wins that most of these kids on this team has had as a Tar Heel. How did you try to help them respond the right way to winning and get ready for this week?
Well, Jones, the biggest thing was you need to enjoy wins. I didn't do that very well in my previous coaching experience. And one of the things my wife Sally and I talked about is coming back. Enjoy it at the moment. Now, one of the harder things about coaching is you have to put it away. Mm-hmm. And because it was such a big win and the first one, and it's new and fresh, and we haven't had a lot of those the last few years, it's harder for the players on campus. So I've told them, don't use those 2 words of that team last week. Again, every time somebody brags on you about that game, talk about Miami. And talk about the excitement and coming to help us. And I thought Tuesday's practice was okay, but Wednesday and Thursday were really good. Our walkthrough Friday was good. So I think we'll be ready to play tonight.
Football-wise, it seemed like 2 things bothered you the most coming out of that game, penalties and special teams. How have you tried to address those 2 things this week?
Well, we said number 1, we've got to play cleaner. We just talked about penalties. We didn't have one in the spring game. We've cut them out in practice. And they weren't horrible in the game, but there were too many. So we tonight will be really important that we play a clean game because Miami's so fast and so athletic, and we can't give them things. And the same thing with special teams. I think we'll be better in special teams tonight because we've got more of the older, experienced guys playing. When you lose Patrice Renee and then you lose Trey Morrison, you didn't have John Smith, you didn't have Dominic Ross. Surratt had never played in a game at linebacker, neither had Gimmel. So you kept all of those guys off special teams, and those are some of our best special teams players. You didn't have a backup really for Miles Dorn, so you kept him off special teams. So we've got a lot of guys that will be playing special teams tonight that have more experience than last week, so that should help us.
Coach, you mentioned Dominic Ross, a guy I think you will rely on some defensively. How does his availability change you on that side of the ball?
It really helps us for experience at linebacker, number 1, depth. Last week was really hot. It'll be hot tonight. And also, he gives us the ability to rush the passer better because he can do that from a number of different ways. And one of the things that I'm so impressed with is Jay Bateman's ability to take one of our guys that's really talented and put him on a player of the opposing team that's not as talented to give us advantages. And he did that some last week, and hopefully he'll be able to do that tonight.
Tar Heels taking on Miami. We'll take a closer look at the Hurricanes a little later in our pregame show.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, is joining Tar Heel fans across the nation, cheering Go Heels. Whether you're in Chapel Hill for game day or on the road, download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find the location closest to you. Our family has been proudly serving pizza to North Carolina families for 20 years, with 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. There's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
Traffic. It can be more stressful than that last-second Hail Mary pass. But Nissan changed the game. Nissan Rogue has available Nissan Intelligent Mobility, like ProPilot Assist, that can start and stop in highway traffic all on its own and help keep you centered. Nissan Rogue. It's a game changer. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. ProPilot Assist is an available feature and cannot prevent collisions. Always monitor traffic conditions. Keep both hands on the steering wheel. See owner's manual for safety information.
Nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of all teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Show them it's not safe to call or text while driving. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeal.
To learn more, visit your local agent, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
To us, a solar panel is so much more than just a solar panel. It's a building block in a clean energy transformation. It's a shift beyond coal and a gateway to more renewable energy for all our families. We're Duke Energy, and all across the Carolinas and in your community, we're building a smarter energy future. Paid for by Duke Energy shareholders.
On the Tar Heels Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Sidearms over the middle. Caught at the 15, 10, 5, touchdown.
This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
First-year Miami head coach Manny Diaz's tenure began with a loss to Florida 2 weeks ago in Orlando. Tonight, the Canes are back on the road and ready to face a Carolina team led by freshman quarterback Sam Howell.
I thought he showed great toughness, and then his poise in the fourth quarter. You know, just playing pitch and catch on some of those fades as if it was like just, you know, routes on air or pat and go. You know, just you know, not fazed by the moment of playing in a pro stadium, you know, against, you know, South Carolina, and just out there just playing. So.
The culture in South Florida is evolving from the Mark Richt era to the Manny Diaz era, and the Canes' new coach expects there are similar changes afoot right here in Chapel Hill.
You can see a new culture, you know, very similar to us, where you see players that aren't burdened by the ghost of the past, you know, and if they can play like that, their demeanor and temperament throughout the course of the game, I thought was very upbeat and positive, which is all what's to be expected.
Finally, Diaz addressed what life has been like for past week or so with Hurricane Dorian making its way up the Atlantic coast.
We did not miss a day. We did not miss a practice. We had to make some adjustments. You know, we were in great communication. You know, people on campus, you know, did a great job of communicating to us and obviously making sure that the safety of our players was first and foremost. And then, you know, you have to think about this now. We all know from our personal experience, but on Friday, you know, in our team meeting, we put up a map, and this thing was headed right to West Palm Beach. And the amount of our players that it could have affected, or players' families that could have affected at that point was, you know, the amount of guys we have that are from, you know, Palm Beach County, you know, through Duval, you know, even the southeast coast of the country is dramatic. And obviously the fact that it didn't come here, well, you know, now that's caused devastation for the Bahamas, and it still may cause devastation further up the coastline. So, you know, we're not happy it didn't come here, but obviously it was on everyone's minds and all of our players' minds as we were preparing for this game.
That's Miami head football coach Manny Diaz, as we're 15 minutes away from the kick, and that's presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. We'll step aside for a moment and come back to check in with the Captain's Corner, our Marin's moving drive around the ACC, and the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Carolina and Miami under the lights here on a Saturday from Learfield IMG College.
Triangle Implant Center, an official partner of UNC Athletics, provides the most Justice, Rosenbluth, LT, Jordan, Hansbrough, Geo. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. Certain names in Tar Heel athletics resonate across generations. bringing to mind an unmatched commitment to excellence. When someone mentions Smith's Drugs of Forest City, I think of a similar commitment to excellence. Since 1939, Smith's Drugs has served Rutherford County with the highest quality customer service and care. The friendly staff at Smith's Drugs not only provides you with prompt service, they give you the individual attention needed to understand your medication and how it works. This same level of care is exhibited by the staff in the Smith's Drugs Home Medical Equipment Department. And don't forget about the old-fashioned soda fountain, where you'll be served up the best pimento cheese sandwich in North Carolina. Call on Smith's Drugs of Forest City at 828-245-4591, located at 139 East Main Street in downtown Forest City, where they've been putting the customer first since 1939.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have the proven record of the best deal. It's your place to shop for your truck. Get a good look at the selection of SUVs, Escapes, Edge, and Explorers. Sisk Family Ford can put you in the family car or truck of your choice any day you want to make a change. Try one on for a ride. Make your next deal a Sisk Family Ford deal. Shop local and get your best agreement for the next automobile. Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Hi, I'm Joan London. If you're looking for senior care for your mom or dad like I was, call A Place for Mom, the nation's largest senior living referral service. Their local advisors will explain your options and help you select senior living communities at no cost to you.
To speak with a local senior living advisor, call A Place for Mom at 800-268-2519. That's 800-268-2519.
There's a place for answers, a place for Mom.
Whether it's returning a program to its winning ways or a player striving to get back on the field after a season-ending injury, Carolina defensive back Miles Woolfolk instilled a jolt of confidence for his teammates and himself by coming up big down the stretch against the Gamecocks.
Bentley to throw. Over the middle, intercepted. Woolfolk again. Woolfolk the other way at the 30, the 40. Woolfolk to midfield. Miles Woolfolk with the pick. The heels on the doorstep of an enormous victory.
The Largo, Maryland Juniors' 2 fourth-quarter interceptions only complement a strong and diverse skill set in the eyes of Mac Brown.
He's smart. He's a good tackler. He's a great leader. He's an organizer in our secondary.
Captain's Corner, presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina. You play your best when you know your team has your back. And as a Blue Cross North Carolina member, we have yours. Be bold. Be confident. Live fearless.
That's our Captain's Corner for this week, leading us into our Mariners moving drive around the ACC with a few games in progress. Let's start things off in Tallahassee. Florida State trying to bounce back after a season-opening loss and up 10 right now on Louisiana Monroe. 31-21 are the Noles early on in the fourth. Just out of the halftime locker room, Duke leading North Carolina A&T 28-10, and Louisville up a couple of touchdowns on Eastern Kentucky with 11:39 to go before the half. It's 14-0 Cardinals. Earlier finals, Clemson takes care of Texas A&M 24-10. Maryland thumps 21st-ranked Syracuse 63-20. Pittsburgh doubles up Ohio 20-10. Old Dominion falls to Virginia Tech 31-17. NC State shuts out Western Carolina 41-0. Georgia Tech in a tight one defeating South Florida 14-10. Boston College big over Richmond 45-13. Earlier finals from the top 25, number 2 Alabama cruises by New Mexico State 62-10. Third-ranked Georgia 63-17 over Murray State. Fifth-ranked Ohio State clobbers Cincinnati 42-0. Michigan taking a double overtime by Army, but the Wolverines prevail at the Big House 24-21. Utah 35, Northern Illinois 17. Wisconsin 61, Central Michigan nothing. Boise State doubling up Marshall last night 14-7, and number 25 Nebraska upended in Boulder by Colorado 34-31 in overtime. That's your Mariners moving drive around the ACC and your North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We'll pause, come back, and check in again with Mac Brown in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. It's the Canes and the Tar Heels from Learfield IMG College.
When it comes to your favorite team, you've got a lot to be passionate about. Same is true with the all-new adventure-ready Ford Ranger. Once you experience the boundary-pushing off-road tech and legendary Ford toughness, you'll become a big fan of Ranger too. The only adventure gear built Ford tough. Drive it home. Drive it now. Drive it like a Ford. See your Carolina Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of today's game.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Fox Sports South.
What anticipation!
And if you're on the go, be sure to see every minute of the action on Fox Sports Go. Every crushing tackle.
Stop at the line of scrimmage.
Every goal line stand. Every spectacular touchdown.
What a catch!
ACC Saturdays on South is the place for hard-hitting action.
Down he goes!
UNC football, the ACC, and Saturdays on South. Catch it every Saturday on Fox Sports South.
And take your team with you anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your family to put down the phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. No text is worth a life. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Miami in town to take on Carolina. This is the Reach Jewelers pregame show. We are right up against the top of the hour, so before we go into the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID. Down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football right here on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Part 2 of the Continental Tire Coaches Corner begins right now with Jones and Coach Brown.
Carolina and Miami, Coastal Division matchup. I'm inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Coach, Miami, very talented team. Came up a little short in its season opener 2 weeks ago. What should Tar Heel fans know about the opponent this evening?
Our fans should realize that Miami is probably as talented overall as Clemson. If not, they're the second most talented team in our league. And if you take the Clemson quarterback and put his experience after winning all the games he's won on their team, it's a different team. Their quarterback's young, but he's very talented. Their offensive line's young, but they'll be much improved over the game they had with Florida. Their skill's as good as anybody in the country. Special teams is unbelievable. Every time we kick it and punt it, they have a chance to return it for a touchdown. They're just that good. And they may have the best combination of linebackers in the country. So our fans, they got great pass rushers up front. They got great linebackers. Watch that front seven, because you're not going to see a better one, at least till we play Clemson.
Coach, they have a good set of tight ends. Talking about Miami, when the opponent has quality tight ends, what stresses does that put on you as the defense?
The biggest thing that a tight end with the ability to run and catch in space does, it allows them to use a lot of different formations without substituting. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the newest things that's out there. If you can go up tempo and put a tight end like Miami in a slot, or put him out wide, and you have to move your safety or one of your linebackers out there with him, it's really tough to cover him, and that's what Miami has the ability to do.
Coach, really sell out tonight. Exciting atmosphere in Kenan Stadium. How can these fans help you and your team?
When things get tough, and they will tonight, when we have adversity, get more positive, get stronger, pick these guys back up, because that's what me and the staff will be trying to do. When things are good, enjoy it, have fun, but don't be down when we're down. That's when we need you to pick us up. And starting tonight, we can have one of the best home crowd experiences in one of the toughest places to play in the country. We've already sold out Appalachian. We've already sold out Clemson. There's only a few tickets left for Duke. So we're starting out here with one of the best home crowds in the country, where people are having trouble selling out home stadiums. So let's make this not only full, let's make it a great advantage for us.
And hopefully we're lighting that bell tower after the game tonight. Coach, as always, thank you for your time and best of luck.
Thank you, Jones.
Red 18.
This season, you can share a Coke with your team on it. So I'm going to tell you how with a little help from this quarterback.
Sally 44.
You can share a Coke when your team's up.
Red Poncho.
You can share a Coke when your team's down.
Happy Jolly.
You can even share a Coke with your rival on game day.
Chili, chili, chili.
Or you can share a Coke when you're giving out your famous guacamole recipe in a completely packed stadium.
Cilantro, chopped onion, squeeze a lime, Roma tomato, hike.
Share a Coke with a fan this season.
Ice cold, delicious.
Destination for Tar Heel apparel, accessories, gifts, and more. With the best selection of your favorite brands like Nike, Columbia, and Vineyard Vines, we have everything you need to show your Tar Heel spirit all season long. Visit our retail locations throughout Kenan for the perfect selection of official UNC gear for fans of all ages and all sizes. Your purchases directly benefit Carolina athletics and more than 800 student athletes.
Combining home and auto with State Farm gets you great coverage for less. Combining 90s R&B with State Farm radio ads gets you this jam covered for free.
Home and auto, let's do it. Combine it, my policy, my wallet is waiting. Come on, jump on it. Home and auto.
For more coverage, visit statefarm.com.
Combine it.
Whether you're headed to work or out to the game, the Terrain Contact HT is designed for what you do. A premium highway terrain tire for light trucks and SUVs, the Terrain Contact HT is strong, durable, and quiet with a focus on long tread life and exceptional wet braking. Featuring Traction Plus technology, the Terrain Contact HT provides the perfect balance between on-road durability and manners. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Between Carolina and Miami, which means it's time for our keys to the game. Guys, my key is Carolina's defensive front, whether it's putting pressure on the Canes quarterback, Jaron Williams, or bottling up the run game. Jones, Carolina's defense at the line of scrimmage has a real chance to dictate the way this one's played.
I'll flip that around, Dave, and go, mine's protecting Sam Howell. Miami thrives off disruptive defense, hoping to hit the quarterback, force him into mistakes. Brian, Carolina could really help its young QB tremendously tonight by keeping that pocket as clean as possible.
Yeah, and just in case you didn't hear the pregame, mine is going to be about getting after this offensive line. Don't let them get the things corrected that went wrong in week 0. Get after them early.
Lee, how about you down on the Tar Heel sideline?
Well, it's Jones as we're waiting for the Tar Heels to make their entrance here, and I think we'll get some special technical effects here in a minute. Kicking game for the Tar Heels. They put themselves in a real snag late in the South Carolina game by giving up a big punt return. Gave up a 138-yard deficit in kick returns last week. That has got to improve tonight against a very lethal Miami team.
Tar Heels about to come out of the west end zone and get things started. Sometimes places say it's a sellout, but it really might not be. Just about every seat has a body in it right now, and the ones that don't are having people finishing up those concession purchases and heading this way. So it is a jam-packed, electric Kenan Stadium tonight for Carolina and Miami. In just a second, the Tar Heel captains are going to head out to the field for the coin toss. They'll be joined by this week's UNC Healthcare Kid Champion. That is Taylon Morrison from Durham, North Carolina. Brought to you by UNC Healthcare, dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds to help keep you in the game at your very best. See their lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. Some smoke starting to billow in the west end zone as the Tar Heels gather at the front of the tunnel. We'll let you listen in. Say everybody's pretty excited to see Mac Brown and the Tar Heels. Let's get to our Advanced Auto Parts starting lineup. Brought to you by Advanced Auto Parts. Think ahead, think advance. We'll give you the Tar Heel offense first. Sam Howell coming off that 2-touchdown, 245-yard appearance last week. The rookie from Monroe, North Carolina, was the ACC Rookie of the Week. Michael Carter, 5'10", junior out of Navarre, Florida, will be the tailback for the Heels. 3 wide receivers, De'Ami Brown, Antoine Green, and Daz Newsome. Brown had that catch for a touchdown against the Gamecocks, which was the #1 play on SportsCenter last Saturday night. Carl Tucker, the Tar Heel senior tight end from Concord, left to right across the O-line. Charlie Heck, who was the ACC Offensive Lineman of the Week a week ago. Ed Montelis at left guard. Nick Polino just had a birthday yesterday. The center, Marcus McKeithen, right guard. Jordan Tucker, right tackle. Let's listen in down on the field to the coin toss.
Get in there and shake hands.
This is the voice of Jeff Flanagan,
You guys already
referee tonight.
All right. All right, Miami, you're the visiting team. You're going to make the call. This is the coin. The helmet is heads. That's tails. What's your call? You're calling tails. That's tails. We're going to let it hit the ground, okay? You call tails. It is tails. So you're going to defer. Okay.
So you heard Miami won the toss. They will defer. Carolina's going to get the football first. So those Tar Heel offensive starters we just gave you will be on the field to get things going. Defensively for Miami, the Advanced Auto Parts starting lineup up front, John Garvin, a junior defensive end. Flip on the other side, Scott Patchen, a redshirt junior. The 2 defensive tackles, 6'5", 306, Jonathan Ford, 6'3", 290, Pat Bethel. They are juniors and seniors, respectively. 2 linebackers, Shaq Quarterman, seniors made 40 career starts. Michael Pinckney and other seniors made 37. Miami has what's called the striker position, which is a hybrid between linebacker and safety. That's Romeo Finley, a senior from Fort Walton Beach, Florida. The 2 corners, Al Blades Jr. and Trajan Bandy. Bandy was 3rd team All-Conference a year ago. The 2 safeties, Amari Carter and Gervin Hall Jr. Hall led the team in tackles for Miami a week ago with 8. With Carolina receiving the opening kick, we'll have our Dash for a Car, brought to you by Crown Honda of South Point. This week's contestant comes from Waxhaw, North Carolina. It's Kathy Jackson. So, Kathy, if the Tar Heels return this kickoff from left to right for a touchdown, you're going to win a brand new 2019 Honda CR-V. Lee, it sounds loud from up here. How about from down there?
Jones hadn't seen anything like this in many years. It's going to be, decibel level is going to be incredible. You know, Mack Brown is just 10 weeks away from knee reconstruction surgery. First time he jogged was on the field last week at South Carolina. Amid all the pyrotechnics here when the Tar Heels took the field, he was at the very end of the line running just as quickly as he could, but he's still 10 weeks away from major surgery. So, but he did say he just had a little bit of soreness at the end of the week last week.
Bubba Baxa, the kickoff man for Miami, Michael Carter and Antonio Williams to return it from left to right. And we're underway in Kenan Stadium. Thanks so much for being here. It will start off with a touchback as Baxa sends it over the head of Michael Carter. So sorry, Kathy Jackson and Waxhaw, no new car. But everybody keep trying. Brought to you by Crown Honda South Point. Be sure to log on to GoHeels.com for your chance to win. Brand new car from Crown Honda of South Point. If you are listening and trying to find Carolina on television as well, the Florida State game's still going on. You can flip over to ESPN News. That's where the Tar Heels are TV-wise if you're listening in and watching as well. Carolina will start things off with 4 receivers, 2 stacked to either side. Howell in the shotgun with Michael Carter to his right. Shotgun snap from Polino. Heels will keep it on the ground. Carter trying to bounce it to the outside. Finds some resistance, but pushes the pile to the 29-yard line. Pinckney, the linebacker, 2-time honorable mention all-conference at that spot. First man to hit him, but a gain of 4 on the first down run.
And Carolina last week was very patient with the run game. 52 carries for most of the game. They were down on the scoreboard, so they remain patient and they start the game off with the run game.
Howell's going to throw it on second down. Swings it near side to Carter over the 30. Has the first down as he lowers his shoulder and pops into the Miami defender, Gervin Hall Jr., the safety. But Carter gets to the 36, a gain of 7, and that'll move the chains. Nice block by Antoine Green out on the edge to help Carter pick up the yardage.
And Coach Longo understands the atmosphere. He has a young quarterback. Settle him down a little bit with a run play and get the ball to the running back quickly in the pass game.
Howell claps his hands, looking to throw again. Deep near sideline. Green has it in Miami territory. What a beautiful throw from Howell to Green. They have it near the Miami 25.
And it's just amazing how much different your offense can be when you have a quarterback who's accurate and can throw the ball all over the football field as Sam Howell just did.
They'll put it right on the Hurricane 25-yard line. First drive of the game. Just over a minute gone by. Heels moving left to right. Handoff to Carter. Picks his way up the middle. Crosses the 20 before he's bumped down around the 18 by Pinckney. They'll give him 6 in total. 6-yard run for Carter. 2nd and 4.
Yeah, Jonathan Ford had early penetration on that. I thought he was going to make the play in the backfield, but great play by Michael Carter with his lateral quickness.
Heels moving quickly. This time, Carter bumped down immediately. Pinckney again, I believe. Excuse me, it was Quarterman, the middle linebacker for Miami, who dove in to make the hit. Carter loses a yard on the play back to the 20, so it'll be the first time this ball game that the Heels will face a third down. It's 3rd and 5. Carolina was 5 of 16 a week ago. Miami very good last week, held Florida to 2 of 10 on third down. Looks like Miami jumped on the snap. No flag down. Carolina threw it deep down the left sideline looking for De'Ami Brown. And it was incomplete, overthrown, and Brown took a big shot as well as he extended up to try and make the catch. Looked like Polino snapped it because he thought Miami was offside. And no flag came, so the Heels will have to settle for a field goal attempt from Noah Ruggles. He was 3 of 4 last week. This is 37-38, right in that range off the left hash. Snap back, spot down. Kick from Ruggles is up, and it is good. So Carolina, for the 2nd consecutive week, marches down the field on its opening drive and picks up points in the form of a field goal. 12:58 to go in the first quarter. Carolina jumps on top early, 3-0 from Learfield, IMG College.
It's never lost on Window World that your home is your largest physical investment. Window World's integrity will be noticed from your very first moment of contact. The clean, professional installation of premium windows.
McCurry Deck Motors has been providing an impressive selection of automobiles for over 50 years. At McCurry Deck, you can browse the great selection of GMC automobiles and drive away in one knowing you have gotten the best deal possible. The team at McCurry Deck Motors counts it a privilege to make you a happy and satisfied customer. Why not test drive one of the comfortable and stylish GMCs today? At GMC, we are professional grade. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of GMC, Chevy, and Buick. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
If you suffer from heartburn or other digestive-related disorders, then there is a new, safe, better, and natural alternative to better digestive wellness and heartburn relief. Praxid not only provides relief of heartburn, but Praxid takes a 360-degree approach to support better digestion, protect you from harmful bacteria, and also balance your stomach to improve digestive functions.
To order, call now, 1-800-829-5697. That's 1-800-829-5697.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And I don't need to tell you, you are listening to the sports station for the Foothills, WCAB, Rutherfordton. Nothing lead. Big play on the drive. Longest pass play of the young season for the Tar Heels, 39 yards. Howell to Antoine Green. How'd you like to listen to us synced up to the TV? Well, I love doing that growing up. You can do it too. Go to syncmygame.com to learn more on some easy steps on how to do it. Carolina going to be kicking off to Miami. When the Canes take the field, Jaron Williams, redshirt freshman, will be the QB. DJ Dallas at running back. KJ Osborne, Buffalo transfer, one of the wide receivers, along with Jeff Thomas and Mike Harley. Brevin Jordan, the really talented tight end for the Canes. And we'll keep an eye on the O-line. The anticipated left to right, Zion Williamson. Hadn't heard enough about him, right? Zion Nelson the left tackle, Navon Donaldson at left guard, Corey Gaynor the center, DJ Scaife at right guard, John Campbell Jr. at right tackle. We'll give you the Carolina defense in a minute. Michael Rubino about to kick it off, the App State transfer. Back to receive for Miami, KJ Osborne and Jeff Thomas. Thomas, really dangerous, is going to have a chance from the goal line. Tar Heels make the hit at the 10, miss him, but then a whole bunch of other Carolina blue jerseys get there. Kadri Jackson, the man who drops Thomas at around the 15. First contact was Chaz Surratt, and if you heard Mac Brownson this week, he said that getting Dominique Ross back and Patrice Renee back and some others would allow them to put more experienced guys on special teams. Surratt played no special teams last week, but he adds in there, slowed him down, then Kadri Jackson made the tackle. So it's from the 15 where Miami will start things off. Under center, Jaron Williams. Lone back behind him is DJ Dallas. He's going to play action. Look out to the near side. Nothing there. Avoids pressure in the backfield from Dominique Ross and just has to throw it away. He was looking near side to Brevin Jordan, the tight end, but he was tangled up with a Tar Heel defender. Let's give you that Tar Heel D. Aaron Crawford, Jason Strobridge, the two men on the D line. 4 linebackers, Tamon Fox and Alan Cater on the outside, Gimmel and Ross on the inside, DJ Ford, the nickelback, Morrison and Renee, the two starters at corner, Dorn and Wolford, the two starters at safety. Swing pass to the near side for the Canes is caught by Mike Harley, but he's wrestled out of bounds by Miles Dorn, short of the 20. And just like that, it will be third and pretty long for the Canes.
And good job by Trey Morrison of taking on that block by the wide receiver, making the ball carrier have to run inside. Miles Dorn filling the alley, making the tackle.
Miami against Florida, just 2 of 13 on third down. This will be 3rd and 7 from the 18-yard line. Carolina up 3-0. First drive of the game for the Canes. It is deafening in Kenan Stadium. Williams raises his leg twice to get the snap. Drops back, pressure in his face, but he dumps it off to Thomas. Makes the catch well shy of the first down before Ross and Wolfhook help escort him to the Tar Heels sideline. The play in total is just going to gain 2 yards. And Brian, a 3 and out for the Tar Heel D.
Yeah, 2 pressures. Aaron Crawford got pressure on this one. The first one was Dominique Ross, who should have got a sack. Last week, we let a couple of those sacks get away from us. Tonight, every time we get an opportunity, we need to hit this quarterback and get those sacks, because this is the offensive line right now that has a lot of doubt in their mind about pass protection.
Lou Headley, redshirt sophomore from Australia, is the punter. Rugby-style punt, kicks it to Newsom, who fields it fair catch at the 39-yard line of the Tar Heels. A 41-yard punt by Headley. And, well, they're going to say the 38-yard line. That's where Carolina will start this second drive. Let's visit our sideline. That's because Lee Pace, the Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, is there. Lee, what's up?
Jones, that was a big catch for Antoine Green on that last possession. He had a devastating knee injury last year, was a bit in the shell, was very slow to get his confidence back. Mac Brown finally talked to him coming out of summer camp or August camp and told him about his own knee injury at Vanderbilt back 40-some years or so ago. Told him he had to work his way through it, and it's good to see Antoine Green get a boost of confidence with a great catch.
Javonte Williams in the game at tailback. Heels will play action to him. Going deep, man there. Brown's got it. 10-5, touchdown, hello! How deep down the left sideline to De'Ami Brown. Tar Heels 9, Canes zip. Extra point on the way.
And listen, Miami is playing right now. They're daring Carolina to make a play in the passing game. They're loading up the box, and Sam Howard is being very accurate on his deep balls. Made him pay with the bomb on that play.
62 yards for the touchdown. Told you that 39-yarder to Green on the last drive was the longest pass of the season. Scratch that. We got a new winner. Extra point on the way from Ruggles. Snap back, spot down, kick up. It is good. The Tar Heels have had the ball twice. They have run 8 total plays, and they have a field goal and a touchdown already. 11:23 to go, first quarter. Tar Heels up 10-0 on Miami. Hey, do you know any Tar Heel fans that work selflessly to improve the lives of others and in their communities? Well, LS Tractor wants to know about these Tar Heels. LS Tractor and Carolina have partnered up to recognize hometown heroes from throughout the state. Visit goheels.com/hero. That's goheels.com/hero. Nominate someone you know for a chance to be recognized on the court at a basketball game this season later on in the year. And it's brought to you by LS Tractor, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Just one play, 62 yards and 9 seconds off the clock. De'Ami Brown now with a touchdown in back-to-back games. And, Brian, you said it. Sam Howell on those two deep balls, that ball has been on the money both times.
Absolutely. The receiver doesn't even have to break a stride. He's dropping it right in the pocket, and that's what you love. I was going to talk about how the offense needs to get better in the red zone, but when you can score from out like that, you don't have to be good in the red zone.
Haven't even played 4 minutes yet, and it's 10-0 Tar Heels. Kickoff by Rubino. Looks like Thomas again. Well, nope, he's going to let it go over his head. He could have fielded that one a yard or two into the end zone, but instead let it fall over that bright white Miami helmet, and it will be a touchback. Canes will start on their own 25.
And Carolina defensively has to realize that Miami has guys on one play that can take it the distance. So calm down, don't get too excited, and just play your game.
Keeping an eye on that offensive line, and Miami does have Nelson and Campbell at the two tackle spots. We're going to keep an eye on that. Handoff up the middle. Dominique Ross shuts it down after a gain of just one. And actually, now take a closer look at that O-line. It's actually DJ Scaife, who was listed at the right guard spot, who was out at right tackle for Miami. Nelson, the true freshman, is in at left tackle. We'll try to get a read on who the new starter is for the Canes along that offensive line. We'll tell you as soon as we can get goggles on it. Right now, it's 2nd and 9. This time out of the shotgun, Jaron Williams gets the snap, looks to his left, now back over the middle, caught by Jeff Thomas, and he'll have the first down. Dragged down from behind by Patrice Rene, but throw advanced it to the 36, gain of 10, and Miami for the first time tonight moves the chains.
And just a quick slant by Jeff Thomas, but good job by Patrice Rene. You can't take away everything, but the passes that you give up, tackle the catch, and Patrice Rene did that.
Ja'Kai Clark, a freshman from Loganville, Georgia, is the right guard for Miami, getting the start at that spot to finish that thought. 1st and 10 for the Canes. Williams, a delayed handoff to DJ Dallas. Boy, Dallas plowing through some Tar Heel defenders. There was a whole lot of traffic in the middle of the line, but Dallas, the strong, quick, 215-pound junior, worked forward for a gain of 9 to the 45. Miami working right to left. Carolina has jumped out to a 10-0 lead, getting a field goal and a touchdown on the first two drives offensively for the Heels. Miami went 3 and out on its first possession, but now moving the football a bit towards midfield. Williams, big, tall guy in the pocket, immediately throws it out to the right to Jeff Thomas. And he's able to cross the 50 before Miles Wolfhook, the Tar Heels safety, who was named the ACC DB of the Week last week, makes the hit. But the play gains 6 to the Tar Heel 49. It'll be another first down for Miami. Let's go to Lee, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter.
Stacey Searles, the Tar Heel offensive line coach, standing just a few yards away from me. His headset is still on, and he is acting with the defensive staff because he spent the last 3 years on the Miami staff. So he knows his offensive line. He knows the offensive tendencies. So he's helping the defensive staff out where he can tonight.
Carolina really crowding the line of scrimmage defensively. Play action, looking for the deep ball. Williams gets it complete to the Tar Heel 35. On the left seam, he was able to hit KJ Osborne with the pass. Had lots of time that time, did Williams, to throw it.
Yep.
And, Brian, when he has that much time, he's going to find some of those talented receivers.
Yep, and Miami's answer right now to all the pressure is the max protect. Right now, they're only sending out 2 guys in the passing tree, so they're max protecting to give their quarterback some time.
6th play of the drive coming up for Miami. Ball on the near hash as they go right to left. Heels up 10-0. 8:33 to go in the first quarter. Williams in the shotgun has Dallas to his left. He will play action again, quickly over the middle and caught again, this time by Mike Harley. And that one gains 10. They will go ahead and move the chains as the catch by Harley gets Miami closer to the red zone. A lot of quick throws here as well. You had the one a moment ago to Osborne where Williams had some time in the pocket, but most of these other throws, Brian, quickly the ball getting out of his hands.
Quick slants, a quick screen out to the wide receiver. Right now, Carolina coverage-wise is playing off. On this play, we're a little tighter on the outside. The slot defender is off a little bit.
Two receivers to the right, one to the left for Miami. Another 1st and 10 for the Canes, and they'll throw it again. Heavy pressure on the way. Williams is popped as he throws and knocked away in the end zone by Trey Morrison. What a great defensive effort. He was one-on-one with the best receiver for the Canes, Jeff Thomas, and Morrison denied the catch.
Absolutely. Great job by Trey Morrison. Being in position is only half of the battle. Now you have to turn around, find the football. We talked about that a lot last year. The DBs was not able to find the football in the air. On that play, Trey Morrison did a great job of finding the football, making a play on it.
Williams had completed 6 straight passes after missing his first throw before missing that one. 2nd and 10 for the Hurricanes. Tar Heels up 10-0. 3 receivers to the right side. Williams play action, and then he gets a face-to-face meeting with Tamon Fox in the backfield. Our Duke Energy powerful play of the game brought to you by Duke Energy, building a smarter energy future for you. Williams had no chance to do anything. After he play action, he looked up the field, and Tamon Fox was letting him know what he had for dinner.
And they pulled the right guard. Donaldson was supposed to kick block Tamon Fox out, but Tamon Fox was too quick upfield and was unblocked to get the sack.
Loss of 8 on the Food Lion sack makes it 3rd and 18 now for Miami. Heels up 10-0. 7:23 to go in the first quarter. Williams ready to throw out of the shotgun. Pressure coming from behind. Steps up to avoid Ross. Dumps it off and incomplete. Threw it to the numbers right side, but it squirted out of the hands of Brevin Jordan. A really good tight end for Miami. And now let's see what Manny Diaz, the first-year head coach, chooses to do. There is some form of special team coming out. And it looks like it is going to be Bubba Baxa, the kicker for the Canes. This will be a 50-yard attempt. He has never attempted a kick of 50 or more yards. His season long is 42. His career long is 47 against Virginia last year. This will be from 50. Heels up 10-0. Snap back, spot down. Baxa's kick is away, and it is, right through there with plenty of room to spare. What a nice boot by the Miami sophomore Bubba Baxa to get the Canes on the board. It comes at the 7:10 mark of the first quarter. Tar Heels up a touchdown, 10-3 on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard from Learfield, IMG College.
Being a member of one of North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives is about more than just great service. It's about being a part of the future of electricity in the Tar Heel State. With innovative projects to help meet our state's expanding energy needs and a strong network of cooperatives that power homes, workplaces, and communities for 2.5 million North Carolinians statewide, co-ops are leading North Carolina into our state's energy future. Learn more by connecting with your local electric co-op online or visiting ncelectriccooperatives.com. For Tar Heel fans, Saturday is game day. For business owners, it's another day in your work week. UPS gets that. That's why they offer Saturday delivery. So you can keep things running smoothly even while your customers drop everything for the game. Stay on top of your game. Ship with UPS, official logistics company of North Carolina Athletics.
Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Impressive kick from Bubba Baxa, the field goal for Miami. First time that an opposing kicker has made a 50-yard kick against the Heels since Chris Blewett did it. He was from Pittsburgh back in 2016. Bax's long kick capped a 10-play, 42-yard drive that took 4 minutes and 13 seconds off the clock. Tar Heels still lead it 10-3. Mentioned that big Tamon Fox sack in the middle of all that is every time the Heels get a sack, it's a sack to give back. Food Lion Feeds donated another 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in Chapel Hill on that sack. So keep cheering for sacks all season long and help the Tar Heels give back. And a reminder, we'll be at Top of the Hill Restaurant on Monday night for the next edition of Mac Brown Live. We have been absolutely packed to the gills at Topo these first two shows with Coach. It is a new night this year with Coach Brown on Monday nights. We'll be back 7 o'clock this Monday from Top of the Hill. 7:10 to go, first quarter. Tar Heels 10, Miami 3, and the Canes about to kick it off to the Tar Heels. Jones Angel, Brian Simmons here with you tonight. Low line drive kick from Baxa. Michael Carter won't even honor that ball with his presence near it. He just runs toward the Tar Heel sideline, understanding that it was going to easily make its way out of the back of the end zone. And the Tar Heels will start on their own 25. Baxa in the game against against Florida, 3 of his 5 kickoffs were for touchbacks, and he's already crushed 2 here against the Heels.
Absolutely. Very strong leg by Baxter.
Howell will be the quarterback. Javonte Williams in as the tailback. 2 receivers out to the left as the Heels go left to right. Newsome in the slot. Brown out wide. 1 receiver, Antoine Green, to the near side. Newsome comes in motion, wraps behind Howell and Javonte Williams. Handoff to Williams, and he's into the secondary, dragging a Miami tackler over the 40. And Javonte Williams pops off a big run of nearly 20 yards. And quite honestly, if Romeo Finley hadn't held on for dear life on the leg, it could have been 6.
Yeah, and that's the problem that this offense is going to pose to defenses. If Sam Howells keep connecting on these deep balls, they're going to play Carolina for the run game.
Javonte Williams gets it again, tries to go around the left side, and is dumped for a short gain this time of 2. The previous run was of 18. That one gained 2 to the 45. Pinckney and Garvin combined for the stop for Miami. So 2nd and 8. Heels on the far hash as they go left to right. Still in the first quarter with Carolina up 10-3. Howe down the far sideline, has a man there, caught at the 45 of Miami, and De'Ami Brown weaves his way to near the 40-yard line of the Hurricanes. It looked like trouble right when Howe threw it. Brown had kind of settled in between 2 Miami defenders, and the ball was placed perfect.
Miami tried to run a trap coverage. They tried to squat their corner, and then the safety ran over to try to go over the top instead of the corner sinking with it, and Sam Howell just put a dart over there.
Miami 42-yard line, design run for Howe. He's into the secondary 35. Oh, he slides down and is drilled, and here come the flags. Amari Carter, the safety for Miami, slammed into Howe as he was sliding to the ground. At minimum, that's a personal foul, and we may see targeting.
Yeah, he led with his head. That's the problem, I think, with this penalty.
That was something that the coaches really worked with Howe to get down.
Absolutely.
Personal foul. It's a dead ball foul. Personal foul with targeting. Number 50, number 5. A 15-yard penalty. That play is under review.
So they immediately review all targeting calls. I think this one's pretty clear just personally. There's no way it's not a personal foul, but they will take a look. And it's our first check under the hood. Brought to you by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Get a deal you like on a Honda you'll love. Visit the website CarolinaHondaDealers.com to learn more. Replay official tonight, Tom DeJoseph. Thomas Considine is the communicator in the replay booth. Howe slid down at about the 31 or 2 yard line. So once the 15 yards is added in, they have moved the change to the 18. So that is where the Tar Heels will take this next snap. The question on the replay is it targeting on Carter? And that's a big deal because he would be thrown out of the game. and unavailable for the Canes the rest of the way if the call is held up. Again, there is no chance that the yardage won't be added.
Right.
The question is it a run-of-the-mill late hit, if you will, or is it a targeting call?
And after looking at the replay, I just think it's a roughing. I don't think he led with the head, and actually his head didn't even make contact with Sam Howell. It was more shoulder and kind of elbow, and Sam is sliding. You know, defenders these days are in a bad situation. You got a guy running at you full speed. I mean, what are you supposed to do? Ask him, is he going to slide first? I mean, I'll
Sam,
take the yardage.
Are you going to slide?
But and here's another thing I don't like about the rule. I don't like the fact that a guy gets thrown out of the game after one of these. So
it'd be interesting to see if because they've continued to tweak it.
Yeah.
And if maybe they make it on your second one you're ejected or something like that.
Yeah.
But right now we're just waiting to see if there is one. The role of instant replay has been changed this year. Every targeting call goes to instant replay. Either the call on the field is confirmed or overturned. There will be no more stands on this. So it's either definitely a targeting or definitely not. There's no more of that gray area as they do on other calls where there's they're wanting enough on the video for us to overturn it.
Right.
Instead, it's either yes or no, very black and white. And we're still waiting on the result. Although the longer this goes, the more you think that it's probably going to be overturned. Again, the yardage isn't going anywhere, but the ejection of Carter could.
Yeah, I think it should be a no, to be quite honest with you. I don't think there's enough there. And like I said, there was not even contact with his helmet. It was more shoulder pad and arm.
As we wait, 10-3 Tar Heels, 5:53 to go first quarter. Now we're ready for Jeff Flanagan.
Here's the play. It's a dead ball, personal foul with targeting. Number 5, defense. Targeting is confirmed. Number 5 is ejected.
Well, you heard it. So Carter, the 6'2", 200-pound sophomore at safety. And Miami already having to replace 2 big-time safeties from last year, Jaquan Johnson and Sheldrick Redwine. Carter and Gervin Hall have taken those spots, but now Carter out. Likely it's going to be Robert Knowles, a fifth-year senior, who will come in, and it will indeed. Knowles has long threads popping out of the back of his helmet, but he is number 20 and will take over for Carter at that safety spot. So Carter will have to head back to the locker room. Tar Heels are in the red zone now at the 18. Still going left to right here in the first quarter. Ball on the far hash. It is 10-3. Carolina with the lead. Howell has Javonte Williams to his right. 4 receivers in the formation, 2 stacked to either side. Howell claps his hands, another design run, and this time Howell has nowhere to go as he's wrapped up quickly by a defensive lineman, Trayvon Hill, a fifth-year senior. He was on Virginia Tech up until this year. He was dismissed from Virginia Tech last season after a loss to Old Dominion. And he transfers over to Miami for his final year. The play loses 3. Carolina will throw on second down. Caught Groves at the 10. Great catch by Groves between 2 Miami players, including Knowles, the new safety. And it is not enough for a first down, but it gets Carolina to 3rd and 1. Heels have only had 1 third down, which they did not convert. Howell moving quickly. Keeps it after pulling it out of the belly of Javonte Williams and muscles forward. Even though Quarterman had his arms around him, Howell wouldn't go down. And he gets the first down. Now, there is a Tar Heel injured on the back half of the play. It is Nick Polino, the starting center for the Tar Heels. Polino had just had a birthday yesterday, is down and appears to be in some pain. Tar Heels have the first down. We'll take a break. See what we can tell you about Polino after this timeout. 4:51 to go. First quarter still. Heels 10, Canes 3 from Learfield, IMG College.
Have you heard the 3 big lies about Medicaid eligibility? First, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your house. That's not true. Second, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. That's not true. And third, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. That's not true. Please call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm for a free consultation and learn the truth about Medicaid and eligibility and nursing home care in North Carolina. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify and not lose everything you own. Call the Arledge Law Firm today at 287-3338. located on East Court Street in Rutherford. Again, that's 287-3338.
I'm a retired school psychologist, and helping people was my thing. After my stroke, when Meals on Wheels started, I was on the other end of the stick, so to speak. My name is Julius Gaines, creative writer, poet, photographer.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
WCAB, WCAB, WCAB.
4:51 left to go in the first quarter. Carolina 10, Miami 3 elsewhere on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Florida State in real trouble again, tied at 38 with Louisiana Monroe. Near a minute to play in the game. Jones Brian Anderson in its center now for Polino.
You know, Anderson played a lot in the fourth quarter. Polino was battling some cramps. You may remember that last week. Polino went out at the center spot. So Polino came in. He was actually the center for the 2 touchdown drives that Carolina had late. Anderson was in there with Polino fighting the problem. So we'll see how the sophomore from Montgomery, Alabama does. He'll be sending a shotgun snap to Sam Howe. We'll get a report on Polino as best we can. First and goal from the 7 for the Tar Heels, who are up 10-3. They'll keep it on the ground. Javonte Williams, and he is met by John Garvin almost immediately in the backfield. Loss of 1, maybe even 2. I think they're going to set it back to around the 9-yard line, and that time Williams just didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, and last week we talked about the red zone. Last week they got in the red zone 4 times and only scored 1 touchdown. Today, the first time they got in, they didn't score. They had to settle for a field goal.
Miami is offside on the play. Heel's going to throw it to the end zone, and Antoine Green is tripped up as well. Multiple flags for multiple penalties. Antoine Green is also shaken up. He is grabbing right around his hamstring area.
Yeah, maybe groin area.
On his left leg. So, in the sequence of 3 plays.
2 fouls on the play, both by the defense. Offside, number 97, defense. That foul is declined. Pass interference, defense. Number 18. By rule, the ball will be placed at the 2-yard line. First down.
So short term, that's good news for the Tar Heels.
Injury timeout.
Short term, that's good news for the Tar Heels as they'll have it first and goal at the 2. But again, Green right around the left hamstring, left groin area. Mac Brown and Dr. Mario Sioka's over there. Lee told that story earlier of Green really trying to gain confidence again. Remember, he had that nasty injury against Syracuse a season ago. And he is walking, even though with a little bit of a limp, completely under his own power. Lee, Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee, what's going on down there?
Well, the main thing, Jones, is Nick Polino has been taken into the locker room for further examination. Green just walked past me. Doesn't appear to be wincing or in a whole lot of pain, but his leg is giving him some problems, and he's limping very heavily right now. So we'll keep an eye on what's going on with Antoine and hope that it's not a recurrence of the knee problems that he's had.
Heels have 3 tight ends in the game. Carl Tucker, Jake Vargas attached to the line right side. Walston in the slot right. Carolina has an uncovered receiver, De'Ami Brown, wide right. They don't see it. Now Howe goes from shotgun to under center. He's going to turn and hand it to Javonte Williams. And Williams, I don't know how. I thought the play was over. It's never over when Javonte has the ball. Give him 6.
Yeah, Jones, I'm like you. I have no idea how he came out of the pile with that run.
It looked like 5 Miami jerseys had swarmed the sophomore from Wallace. He just kept chugging along and ended up in the end zone for the touchdown.
And what I think happened is the Hurricane defenders kept jumping on the pile, and I think they actually knocked each other off the tackle.
Pat Bethel had his arms around Williams, but I'm going to tell you something we've learned about that young man. You need more than just your arms
Absolutely.
around him.
Arm not going to get it done.
To take him down. So, extra point is good from Ruggles as well. The Tar Heels are now up 17-3 over Miami. We are still in the first quarter here in Chapel Hill with 4:04 to go. 2-yard touchdown run for Javonte Williams, his first touchdown of the season. sixth of his young Tar Heel career. It is a 9-play, 75-yard, 3 minutes, 6 seconds off the clock touchdown drive. All of us on the Tar Heel Sports Network and across Carolina Athletics would like to extend our condolences to the family of Mr. Rodney Phillips, who passed away suddenly this past Tuesday. Mr. Phillips was a 1981 graduate of UNC after coming to Carolina on the prestigious Moorhead Scholarship, member of the Chi Phi fraternity and an enormous Tar Heel fan. In fact, his final social media communication was a post celebrating Carolina's win over South Carolina last weekend. After graduation, he bravely served our country as a member of the United States Marine Corps, in part as a helicopter pilot. In reading some of the comments left by his friends and family after his passing, one really stood out to me. It said, Rodney was always a leader, a man of strong mind and character, and always, always a good friend. Golly, wouldn't we all be so lucky to be remembered like that? Mr. Rodney Phillips was only 60 years old. Back on the field here in Chapel Hill, Tar Heels about to kick it off. 3 drives, 3 sets of points, a field goal and 2 touchdowns. It'll be a touchback as Rubino's kick bounces 8 yards deep into the end zone.
Appreciate it.
So, Brian, Tar Heel offense, 7 plays and a field goal, 1 play and a touchdown, 9 plays and a touchdown. Pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now they're feeling it. They're running the football. And the passing game, the deep ball, and Sam just has total control of this offense, especially when you consider this guy's only been on campus for a couple months.
True eye behind Williams, who will be in the shotgun. Ball on the far hash. Miami still going right to left. Williams will quickly throw a screen to the near side. Carolina has it bottled up. DJ Ford and Trey Morrison would not allow Mark Pope to go anywhere after making the catch. And it's a negative yard play back to the 24. Loss of just 1, but it brings up 2nd and 11. We're back to the sideline in Lee Pace.
Mac Brown talked this week about how Miami does not play in front of big crowds, and he thinks that they could really be negatively affected by a raucous crowd here in Kenan Stadium, which so far is turning out to be the case, Jones, and it really helps the Tar Heels' case that Miami did get a key personal foul call against them, decimating their mindset going into the second quarter.
Williams will drop straight back out from under center. Chaz Surratt wrestling with him, can't get him down. Eventually, Williams dumps it off near side in the slot for a short gain. Carolina drops KJ Osborne after just a yard. Brian, Chaz Surratt did all he could to get Williams down, but couldn't take him to the turf.
And both him and Dominique Ross, when they see the tape tomorrow, they're going to be sick because as a linebacker, you don't get a lot of opportunities to get sacks, especially as an inside guy. Dominique Ross has missed 2, and Chaz Surratt just missed that 1, forced a quick throw, but they're going to wish they had those back.
Miami 0 of 2 thus far on 3rd down. Tar Heels trying to get the ball back to their offense, up 17-3. Out of the shotgun on 3rd and 10. Heels bring some pressure. Williams in the flat to the far side to the tight end Jordan, and Miles Dorn wraps him up for 1 yard.
And that's how you draw it up. You force the offense, you play off coverage, don't allow the ball to get over your head, force the quarterback to throw the ball shallow, come up and make the tackle. That's how you have to do. Have confidence in your guys that they can come up and make a tackle in open field.
2nd 3 and out in 3 possessions for Miami. 3 completions on the play for -1, then 1, and then 1. Kick down the far sideline. Newsome makes the fair catch at the 30. A 44-yard punt by Headley. And Carolina will start again. 17-3 Tar Heels. 1:59 to go still here in the first quarter.
And right now, Carolina offensively is averaging over 10 yards per play. So, right now it's the explosive plays that's allowing us to put points on the scoreboard.
Again, that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 17-3. Heels have a 37-yard Noah Ruggles field goal. Sam Howe to De'Ami Brown for a 62-yard touchdown, and Javonte Williams with a plowing 2-yard touchdown run. Howe is 5 of 6, 133 yards, and a touchdown. Out of the shotgun, the rookie claps his hands. He has Michael Carter next to him. Play action. Pressure coming. Howell able to scoot out of the pocket and stumbles forward. Picks up a couple of yards. Not a lot. 2, maybe 3, but that one looked like it could be trouble as Pat Bethel and others were crashing into the backfield. But the Tar Heels able to pick up a couple of positive yards, and we have a hurricane shaken up this time. It is Scott Patgen, one of their starting defensive ends. The scramble by Howe gained 2, so it'll be 2nd and 8 when things resume. Patchen, whose dad Matt played at Miami, was somebody who really jumped off the field to the Tar Heel coaches, and good news for him. He jogs off completely under his own power, so he looks to be okay. And after each team had briefly gone to their respective sidelines, the Heels will come back up for a 2nd and 8. De'Ami Brown will be wide left. Heels going left to right. Toe Groves in the slot. Bo Corrales, who had a touchdown catch last week, the lone receiver to the right. Howell in the shotgun. Carter to his right. He has a tight end, Garrett Walston, set up as a wing on the left side. 2nd and 8. Snap was off the mark. Carolina running a reverse. Coming to the near side and Toe Groves, but a nice open field tackle by Romeo Finley. The timing on that play just never quite right as the snap was high. And remember, Brian Anderson, the backup center, is in. Snap was high. Howe flipped it to Groves, but it ended up losing a yard, 3rd and 10. Actually losing 2.
Yeah, and if Jordan Tucker gets his block on that play, that's a big explosive play for Carolina offensively.
And Miami's going to take a timeout with 1:01 still to go in the first quarter. Now, let me tell you, it's thick here tonight in Kenan Stadium, so we'll keep an eye on the conditioning of these two teams. Tar Heels really felt like it was an advantage of theirs last week. They felt like they were the fresher, stronger team in the fourth quarter. Long way to go till then right now, but this feels like the type of game, just with the level of humidity this evening, where we may see freshness be important late. Right now it's 17-3. Carolina on top, 1:01 to go first quarter.
Yeah, Miami calls the timeout. They have Carolina in 3rd and long here, so they're thinking, hey, let's see if we can get a stop here on 3rd down, get the offense back the ball, and see if we can make anything happen.
170 yards of total offense for the Tar Heels so far. Miami just 48. Howe will empty out the backfield, 5 wide. Miami showing pressure at the line with its linebackers. He'll send Michael Carter in motion. Howe looking to set up a screen on the far side, complete to De'Ami Brown, but he had so far to go after making the catch in heavy traffic, and he gains just 1 in total. For the first time tonight, the Heels will have to punt. They go 3 and out.
Give Miami's defense credit. They're settling down, coming out and getting a stop for their team. See if Carolina can get a great punt here. You don't want to punt the ball down the middle of the field to a guy like Jeff Thomas, who is so explosive in the return game.
Thomas has a career-long 52-yard return. He did muff a key punt last week against Florida. The freshman Ben Kiernan to punt it away. And not a great kick, as it just barely gets to the 40-yard line, if that, of the Hurricanes. Kiernan was under pretty good pressure, but the ball was not tipped. It just came out wobbly, and it's just going to be a 29-yard kick. Miami will start on its 40. Kiernan last week, pretty solid, although he did have 1 that he shanked a little bit. But in total last week, 5 for almost 42 yards. Lee Pace down the sideline. That one was not what Kiernan wanted.
Mac Brown talked about how he was booming it in the new indoor facility. Had to move him outside, and then they did the first scrimmage in the stadium, and he shanked it all over the place. He said, Coach, I just got nervous kicking in the stadium.
It'll be a direct snap to DJ Dallas. Goodness gracious, he's met in the backfield, somehow keeps his balance, but there were too many Tar Heels in the area. Eventually, Jason Strobridge will wrap up Dallas and drop him down. Alan Cater delivered the first blow, as it was a loud pop between those two. In total, the play loses a yard. We'll go down to Lee after this break, but the first quarter is over in Chapel Hill. Miami will be looking at a 2nd and 11 after this quarter timeout. What an impressive first 15 minutes. Carolina 4 possessions, 2 touchdowns, and a field goal. Miami had the ball 3 times, did get 1 field goal, but also 2 3-and-outs. In total, Farm Bureau scoreboard reads 17-3 Carolina after 1 from Learfield, IMG College.
Combining home and auto with State Farm gets you great coverage for less. Combining 90s R&B with State Farm radio ads gets you this jam covered for free. For more coverage, visit statefarm.com.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Healthcare is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game and in the stands when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
And now, a thought from Geico Motorcycle.
It took 15 minutes to take a spirit animal quiz online.
Please be the cheetah. Please be the cheetah.
And learn your animal isn't the cheetah, but the far less appealing blobfish.
Oh, come on.
To add insult to injury, you could have used those 15 blobfish minutes to switch your motorcycle insurance to Geico.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on motorcycle insurance.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Start of the second quarter here in Chapel Hill. Carolina 17, Miami 3. We're up against 9 p.m. here on a Saturday, so let's pause 10 seconds for a station ID. Down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Carolina up 2 touchdowns on Miami in the second quarter. Meanwhile, down in Tallahassee, Florida State, Louisiana Monroe tied at 38. Overtime number 1, Florida State with the ball at the ULM 13-yard line. Jones, 1st and 10.
Dave, hard to believe, but late night's coming up soon on September 27th, and along with that comes Coach Williams' Fast Break Against Cancer event in the Smith Center. You can go to unclineberger.org/fastbreak to purchase tickets and for more information. All that benefits the UNC Lineberger Comprehensive Cancer Center. Mac Brown was actually the keynote speaker last year. Former Tar Heel baseball player, former head coach at South Carolina, now the coach at College of Charleston. Chad Holbrook will be the keynote speaker this year. 2nd and 11. Miami ready to go. Throws it over the middle. Nice pass by Williams. Finds his tight end, Brevin Jordan, for the first down, crossing the Tar Heel 50. Brian, that may have been the best throw that Williams has made, as he had a tight window after the quick play action, but able to lace it in to his talented tight end.
Yeah, in the quick passing game, he's actually been pretty accurate when he's had time with the 2-step drops to the quick slants, and that was just a quick seam route by the tight end. So, right now they understand that they can't allow him to stand back there and try to throw deep because he's getting pressured so much.
Tar Heels 171 yards of offense in the first quarter. Miami had 47. True eye behind Williams. Delayed play action. Now pressure coming. Williams pulls away from the first man, but the second man takes him down. It is Jason Strobridge who drops Williams back around the original line of scrimmage. So it'll be no gain on the play. And 2nd and 10. And again, Tar Heels get some pressure early. Williams has done a good job ripping through some sack attempts, but Strobridge makes it no gain.
Yeah, right now, anytime Miami looks to throw the ball downfield, they're just not getting enough time for the quarterback to get a good look.
Tar Heels 17, Miami 3, 14:03 to go, second quarter. Canes moving left to right now in this second quarter. Looking at a 2nd and 10 from the Tar Heel 46. Williams again quickly out of his hands. Oh, Gimmel almost with the pick, but he couldn't bring it in or slap it away. Instead, it's completed in the seam left side to Mike Harley for the first down at the Carolina 35. Gosh, it looked like Gimmel had a chance. A big play, but it didn't happen. Let's go to Lee Pace quickly, Brian, on the sideline.
Jones, no sign of Nick Polino. He's still in the locker room. But good news on Antoine Green, though, is it is not a repetition of knee injury. It's some sort of a groin issue. He has been on the bicycle the entire time since he came off the field about 10 minutes or so ago, getting no medical attention. He's just trying to keep that groin warm and loosen it up. Just one receiver in the formation for Miami. True eye behind Jaron Williams. Tar Heels creep up some pressure. They'll bring it, but a big hole. DJ Dallas into the secondary, over the 25, and down to the Tar Heel 21, a gain of 14. So, Brian, last couple of plays, Miami having its best.
And Miami did last week, 2 weeks ago against Florida. They'll go in the old school I formation. You don't see a lot of college football teams doing this, but Miami did this a couple times against Florida and had some success.
Tar Heel defense in front will be Cater, Tamon Fox, Strobridge and Crawford, Gimmel and Surratt, the linebackers, DJ Ford at nickel, Morrison and Renee at corner, Dorn and Wolfuk are the safeties. Everybody tight to the formation again. Just one back behind Williams. He'll turn and hand to him. DJ Dallas is met by Strobridge and Crawford. They combine for the tackle after a gain of 3 to the Tar Heel 18-yard line. So Miami into the red zone now, down by 2 touchdowns. This has been a slow-moving game to this point. We still have 12 minutes and 18 seconds until halftime. Hot night in Kenan Stadium. Ball shaded towards the far hash as Miami goes left to right. Williams under center, 4 receivers in the formation, 2 to either side. Thomas will go in motion, gets the jet sweep going to the far side. Good open field tackle by Renee. Keeps Thomas from picking up the first down, but it is positive yards for the Canes to the 13. 3rd and 2 now upcoming. And Thomas is hard to tackle in space. That was a good one by Renee.
Yeah, and against Florida, they did a lot of that jet sweep stuff, but it was with K.J. Osborne. To me, Jeff Thomas for Miami is the guy that you should be finding different ways to get the football, but Patrice Renee did a great job of making an open field tackle on that play. 3rd
down for Miami. They are 0 of 3 thus far. They'll again put Williams under center. The 6'2 redshirt freshman from Lawrenceville, Georgia, won a 3-way battle for that spot in the preseason. He'll jet sweep it again to Osborne. The Heels have him bottled up. Osborne spins away, and he's going to get the first down. Man, Carolina had Osborne stopped, but the Buffalo transfer able to get away from Surratt and Tamon Fox and cross over the 10 to the 8 for a gain of 5 and a first down.
Yeah, and that's a big missed tackle right there by the Carolina defense. And who knows, Miami in this game situation, if they were short on that, they might would have went for it anyway. But Carolina, now you get on a new set of downs with the ball at the 8-yard line.
Tar Heels have not allowed a red zone touchdown this year, but Miami 1st and goal to go from just the 8-yard line. Williams will keep it on the ground with a shotgun handoff to DJ Dallas, and this time nothing doing. Crawford, the massive graduate student for the Tar Heels, in the middle of that defensive line, made the stop. No gain. 2nd and goal. We'll go to the Pinehurst Resort. Sideline reporter Lee Pace. Lee.
Crawford and Strobridge still in a defensive tackle, although they've been subbed out. Some interesting. Mack Brown said this week he told his coaches, do not sub your ones inside the red zone.
That's right. Tar Heels going to keep the one defense on the field. Feels like these possessions are too important. Williams will throw on 2nd and goal. Flushed out of the pocket and is stripped. The ball is loose on the deck. Bodies piling up. We'll have to wait and see. Tamon Fox stripped the ball away from Williams as he scrambled. Really no indication yet either way on who has possession. The pile is right around the line of scrimmage, the 8 or the 9. There's an official down at the bottom of the pile, too. Never seen that. He is on his side and slow to get up. It is Miami football as Williams able to recover his own fumble. The official who was down there was the umpire, Jim Eckel. And it'll bring up 3rd and goal from back at around the 9-yard line. So just a loss of 1 on the exchange.
Yeah, and good job by Tamon Fox getting to the level of the quarterback, not going past him, retracing his steps, and then getting a tomahawk chop to knock the ball out.
10th play of the drive for Miami, 3rd and goal from the 9. Heavy pressure coming. Williams dumps it off to Dallas on the screen. He's swarmed by Tar Heels. Nowhere to go.
And you see on that play again the speed of Chaz Surratt running it down from the backside.
The little dump-off screen in the middle of the field. Like Gimmel was right in Williams' face. Surratt, Wolfa, I think Renee also in the area on the stop. This will be now a 26-yard field goal attempt for Bubba Baxa. He made a 50-yarder earlier in the ball game. He did miss one from 27 last week. Kick is up and no good. Baxa, who cleanly booted in a 50-yarder earlier, misses here on 26. And the way that came out, looking to see if it may have been tipped by a Tar Heel, as the kick missed wide left. We'll see if we can get clarification on if Carolina tipped that or not. Either way, no points. Seals still up 17-3. 8:46 to go in the second quarter from Learfield, IMG College.
At Breakthrough Physical Therapy, we know the difference between an active life.
Hi, this is John Higgins of Smith's Drugs in Forest City. I wanted to take a moment and thank those who supported our 2019 Meet Me at the Fountain 5K. It was a privilege to raise funds with the help of all our sponsors and race entrants for the Multiple Myeloma Research Foundation and 2 special local charities here in Rutherford County. We had over 150 participants in the 5K, and we have posted the results on our website at smithsdrugsfc.com. We couldn't have done it without you. I also want to thank our devoted employees, all our volunteers, the Forest City Police Department, and the town of Forest City for their contributions in making our event fun, safe, and successful. We are planning for another 5K next year, and we hope to see you at the 2020 Meet Me at the Fountain 5K. Thank you from all of us here at Smith's Drugs of Forest City.
As an organ donor, your story doesn't have to end. The good in you can live on. In fact, you could save up to 8 lives and restore sight and health for many more. Sign up right now online as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. You'll be happy you did. And just maybe, someone else will be happy too. Go to organdonor.gov. It saves lives. U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
This is a 26-yarder unofficially from the Tar Heel sideline. They said no, nobody tipped it, but they did push some of the defensive or some of the linemen back into Baxa. Thought maybe that made them uncomfortable as the kick missed wide left. That was a 6.5-minute drive that turns up no points for Miami. Hey, saving you money on car insurance has been in Geico's playbook for more than 75 years. After the game, get a quote at geico.com. Geico, so easy, a caveman could do it. Tar Heels will take over on the 20 after the missed field goal. Heels lead at 17-3. They're now going right to left here in the second quarter. 8 minutes, 46 seconds to go. Handoff to Antonio Williams in the game for the first time. Williams, between right guard and right tackle, spins his way for a solid gain of 5. Michael Pinckney with the stop, but a good first down run. And it will be 2nd and 5.
Yeah, and I think right now Carolina really wants to get this run game established a little bit. Miami against Florida, they held Florida to 1.8 yards per rush, so they're very stout against the run.
Here comes a flag as handoff to Williams loses a yard as he bounced it to the outside right. Flag in the area of holding, but we'll see. Well, Jeff Flanagan was about to tell us. And it's holding on Miami.
Holding defense, number 99. 10-yard penalty, first down.
That is UCLA transfer Chigozie Enaruka. a reserve defensive tackle who is going to pick up the penalty. That's 10 yards. And so instead of 3rd and 6 from the 24, Carolina has a 1st and 10 from its own 35 and a 17-3 lead. 2 receivers to the near side, De'Ami Brown and Daz Newsome. Wide right, it's Corrales, but Carolina's going to keep it on the ground on 1st down and nothing doing. Howe handed it off, but only able to get back to the line of scrimmage was Antonio Williams. And Iruka again with the stop, so 2nd and 10.
And right now, Carolina, the run game, the tempo of the runs are pretty slow. And with a team like Miami that has so much speed, you have to be fast runs downhill right now.
Tar Heels have just 42 yards rushing thus far, but 134 in the air. Play action this time with pressure on the way. Ooh, Howe was hit as he threw it. He was able to keep his feet. The collision, though, made the throw, which was heading towards Corrales on the far sideline, wobbly and short. And incomplete. So 3rd and 10 coming up. Pinckney was the man, that veteran linebacker, who came through the line and popped Howe pretty good right on his front hip, his left hip, as he made the throw. Howe kind of messing around down there with his thigh and knee and hip on his left side, but staying in for this 3rd and long. Miami again brings pressure. Howe, nowhere to go this time. He is swallowed up in the backfield. Multiple Hurricanes there. John Garvin, the first man out of the pile to celebrate, as Howe tried to roll out to the right, but was swallowed up.
Yeah, right now Miami is settling down defensively. They're kind of getting in their zone. There, you see the speed they have. They have some guys that can rush the passer, and right now they're getting after Carolina up front.
So after scoring on its first 3 drives, field goal, touchdown, Tar Heels have gone 3 and out, and now a 4-play punt drive. So just 7 plays and 2 punts last time the Heels have had the ball. 6:44 to go and counting. Kiernan, who didn't have a great punt last time, gets a much better kick away this time. Thomas calls for the fair catch around the 35-yard line. It's going to be officially at the 36, I believe. A 44-yard kick for Kiernan. We'll take a break. 6:34 to go first half. Tar Heels still with the lead by 2 scores. 17-3 over Miami from Learfield. IMG College.
At any time, 1 in 4 car batteries is about to fail. So think ahead. Get yours tested for free at Advance Auto Parts, so you're not in the 25% of people that could be stranded on some scorching asphalt. Or even worse, at your in-laws.
You can borrow Jim's PJs.
Get batteries starting at $69.99 that deliver more performance and starting power. Think ahead. Think Advance at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. Free installation with purchase, most vehicles, most locations.
This season, you can share a Coke with your team on it. So I'm going to tell you how with a little help from this quarterback.
Sell it, 44.
You can share a Coke when your team's up.
Red Poncho.
You can share a Coke when your team's down.
Happy Jolly.
You can even share a Coke with your rival on game day.
Chili, chili, chili.
Or you can share a Coke when you're giving out your famous guacamole recipe in a completely packed stadium.
Cilantro, chopped onion, squeeze a lime, Roma tomato, hike.
Share a Coke with a fan this season.
Ice cold, delicious.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Ah, hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield IMG College.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
Back in Chapel Hill, Carolina still leading Miami 17-3 with 6:34 to go before halftime. Meanwhile, down in Tallahassee, we've got a final. Florida State outlast Louisiana Monroe 45-44 in overtime. A missed PAT by ULM allows Florida State to win for the first time in 2019.
Ooh, that's going to hurt. That's 2 teams, Florida State and Michigan, both taken to overtime today. Michigan surviving a terrific effort from Army, West Point, and then you heard Dave tell you right then on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, Florida State gets a win by 1. Here it's Heels 17, Miami 3. 6:34 to go in the second quarter. Total offense, Carolina 170. Miami 99. Tar Heels actually have negative 1 yard of offense in this quarter after having 171 in the first. Neither team running the ball the way that it wants to right now, and that's a credit to the two defenses. They've been tough to run against. Carolina has 36 yards on the ground. Miami has 26 yards on the ground. Canes will be going from left to right, ball on the near hash. Two young quarterbacks, Howell for Carolina, Jared Williams for Miami. Williams flips two tight ends from the right side of the line to the left. He has one back behind him. He will play action to him and look deep. Now he flares it out to the far sideline, and Jeremiah Gimmel with the big hit. Ball was brought in by D. Wiggins. His first catch of the year, sophomore from Miami, Florida, knocked out after a gain of 3 to the 39-yard.
And Jones, you see with the Miami offense, a lot of shifts, a lot of motions. What they're trying to do for the young quarterback is clear up the picture for him in terms of coverage. They understand if the corners is running this man coverage, if guys are sitting or rolling, see if it's a 2 safety high or 1 safety if guys rock to the motion.
Cameron Harris is the back in the backfield with Williams. Williams in the shotgun, Harris to his right, and it will be a throw. Kamon Fox upended on his blitz attempt. Throw over the middle, caught by the tight end Jordan. He has a first down into Tar Heel territory. Miles Dorn was wrestling with him. Ross and Wolfick came up to help and take Jordan, the sophomore, down, but not before he gets to the Carolina 45 and a gain of 16. And Brevin Jordan's just really good. 4 of his 5 receptions last week went for a first down. 32 catches last year, second most on the team. He had 88 yards and a touchdown last week, or 2 weeks ago, against Florida. Miami keeps it on the ground to Cameron Harris, bounces it to the outside. Gimmel able to chase him down and save a touchdown, but Harris gets over the 30, close to the 25. He started up the middle, popped it to the outside left, and had a lot of room to run. Miami is at the Tar Heel 25 after the 20-yard gain. Heels still up 17-3, but for the second consecutive possession, Miami able to drive deep into Tar Heel territory. It's taken them just 3 plays to go off their own 36 to the Tar Heel 25.
Yeah, and on that play, Patrice Renee has to stay outside of that. He can't get caught up on the inside. He has to contain the football and force it back to the other 10 guys on the defense.
Williams will keep it on the ground to Harris, picking his way far side again. Physical run, and he'll be close to the first down. Gains 8. The Tar Heel 17. Gimmel, I believe the man who made the stop, it was. Cameron Harris, backup tailback, sophomore out of Opelika, Florida. Last week he had 6 carries for 15 yards. He has been much more effective here early in this relief effort, and he'll get it again. Oh, he made a man miss in the middle of the field and gets over the 10. Carolina, Gimmel was there with him, and now Wolfick is down and holding his right shoulder collarbone area. And that is not good news for the Tar Heels, as one of their veteran safeties is shaken up. Gimmel had a chance to stop Harris, but Harris just did a quick cut and was able to get inside the 10. We need to take a break. We'll see if we can get a word on Wolfick when we return, but goodness gracious, that redshirt junior from Largo, Maryland, looks like he is shaken up pretty severely at the moment. 4:13 to go, first half. Heels still up 17-3, but Miami 8 yards away from a score from Learfield, IMG College.
As official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel fan means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio, or stop by and speak to a Wells Fargo team member to learn more. 2019 Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. all rates reserved.
Don't wait until your engine's full of gunk, sludge, and doing a number on your gas mileage. Think ahead. Advance Auto Parts makes oil changes easier with the right oil, the right filter at the right price every day. Get 5 quarts of Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, Valvoline, or Pennzoil synthetic oil and a premium oil filter for $33.99. Plus, get free Bluetooth earbuds with 5 quarts of Pennzoil Platinum. Think ahead. Think Advance at Advance Auto Parts and participating CarQuest locations. See store for details.
Red 18.
This season, you can share a Coke with your team on it. So I'm going to tell you how with a little help from this quarterback.
Sally 44.
You can share a Coke when your team's up.
Red Poncho.
You can share a Coke when your team's down.
Happy Jolly.
You can even share a Coke with your rival on game day.
Chili, chili, chili.
Or you can share a Coke when you're giving out your famous guacamole recipe in a completely packed stadium.
Cilantro, chopped onion, squeeze a lime, Roma tomato, hike.
Share a Coke with a fan this season.
Ice cold, delicious.
Miles Wolfolk jogged off the field under his own power. That's good news. Didn't appear to be holding that arm too low. Our unofficial, of course, diagnosis looked like one of those stingers. We'll see. DJ Ford is going to slip from nickel back to safety, and DeAndre Hollins will come in at the nickel position for the Tar Heels, at least for this play, to replace Wolford. First and goal for Miami. It's going to be from the 7-yard line. Williams rolling out to the right. Eyes up. Kimmel charging at him. Lobs it out of the back of the end zone. Had a couple receivers stacked on the right side of the end zone, including his tight end Jordan and others. DJ Dallas, but the throw nowhere close to anybody.
Yeah, once as a defense, when the offense down here in the tight red zone starts rolling out, you make the defense job easy because the field is already condensed vertically. Now you take away a third of the field or 2/3 of the field horizontally, so it makes it the defense have less ground to cover.
Zach Gill will come in for the Tar Heels along the D-line. Tamari Fox hustled off. True eye behind Williams. He'll keep it on the ground. Running hard inside the 5 again is Harris. And it'll be a 3rd and goal from about the 2.5 or 3 yard line. Miles Dorn slowed down Harris enough. 3rd and goal. Big play here. Heels up 2 scores, but Miami knocking on the door. They've already snapped it, and nowhere to go for Harris.
Great job by Gimmel, seeing it, recognizing it quick, and being aggressive downhill, attacking the ball carrier for a tackle for loss.
Let's see. Miami just missed a short field goal a moment ago. And, well, looked like Manny Diaz thought about leaving that offense on the field, but didn't do it. He'll bring out Bubba Baxa.
And it's still early in the game. I think this is the right choice for him. You try to get points as often as you can. Don't feel like you have to get it all back in one possession.
This is a 21-yard field goal, again from the left hash. This is where he missed it from a moment ago. And this time, Baxa bangs it home on the short field goal. But that's back-to-back possession. Miami has gotten inside the 10, and the Tar Heel defense has stiffened to force field goal attempts. One missed, one good, and that one makes it 17-6 Tar Heels. 2:55 to go before halftime. We'll take a break. Come back to Keenan after this. Carolina up 11 and about to get the football from Learfield IMG College.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have the proven record of the best deal. It's your place to shop for your truck. Get a good look at the selection of SUVs, Escapes, Edge, and Explorers. Sisk Family Ford can put you in the family car or truck of your choice any day you want to make a change. Try one on for a ride. Make your next deal a Sisk Family Ford deal. Shop local and get your best agreement for the next automobile. Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
At McCurry Deck Motors, you can browse a selection of vehicles that includes all of the top models in Chevrolet, Buick, and GMC lineups. The McCurry Deck Motors lineup of vehicles checks all the boxes, ensuring that they will have the perfect vehicle for any car shopper that visits their lot. Come visit and see what's in store for you and your family with the McCurry Deck quality reputation of fair deals and customer service. Try the Chevy. Find new roads with Chevy. At McCurry Deck Motors, we're the home of Chevy, Buick, and GMC. 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
55 to go before halftime. Lee's going to talk to Connor Barth. He has quite a history with Miami, of course. And Lee will talk to Connor down on the sideline at halftime. Last two Miami drives, 21 plays, 112 yards, more than 10 minutes of possession, 3 points. So some good and some bad there. Miami moving the football, but Carolina has been able to stiffen at the end. Lee, Miles Woolfolk came off late in that drive defensively. Our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter Lee Paisley, what have you seen down there about Tar Heel safety?
Well, good news. Woolfolk went into the medical tent. They addressed his shoulder. He is back out on the bench with his fellow DBs, being addressed to by Jay Babin right now. So it looks like he's good to go whenever the Tar Heels go back on the field defensively.
Carolina got out of that game against South Carolina with very few injuries. That has not been the case as much today. Nick Polino injured early, the Tar Heels starting center. We've seen both Antoine Green and Miles Woolfolk shaken up, although thankfully, at least on Green and Woolfolk, it doesn't appear to be too serious. Polino has been taken into the locker room. Unfortunately, we have not seen him again since that occurred. 2:55 to go in the half. Another great kick by Baxa, and it lands a couple yards out of the end zone. Tar Heels will start on their own 25 again. Now, Brian, that Carolina offense, which started so hot, 3 possessions, field goal, touchdown, but the last 2 drives, just 7 total plays and 2 punts. We'll see if Carolina has made some adjustments.
And Miami started out the game more of a 1 safety look, and now they're going to a 2 safety look. So, they want to take away that big play in the passing game, but they feel like they're good enough up front with their front 7 to also stop the run. So, they're trying to keep the ball in front of them with the 2 safety high look.
Carter will be the running back. 3 receivers to the near side. Heels going right to left. Newsom, Tucker, and De'Ami Brown. Lone receiver to the right is Bo Corrales. Ball on the far hash. Again, Carolina going right to left. Flag in, and it's a delay game. Tar Heels didn't get the snap off.
First down.
That is the first penalty of the game on Carolina, so it is a positive that it took till 2:55 of the second quarter. But a cheap 5 yards, I'm sure Carolina feels like, that they gave up right there, so that'll make it 1st and 15. Same formation as Hal readies for the shotgun snap. Play action, whips it over the middle, sliding grab between the numbers in the hash right side by Corrales to the 29-yard line. Gain of 9 on 1st and 15 makes it 2nd and 6.
And that's just a quarterback understanding how the coverage is being played and putting the ball where only his receiver has a chance to make a play.
2:33 and counting. Hand off to Michael Carter, and he is slammed. Multiple canes there, including Jordan Miller, redshirt freshman from Jacksonville, Florida. He made the hit back at the 26, so a loss of 3. It has been hard sledding on the ground. 3rd and 9 coming up. Carolina has all 3 of its first half timeouts. Miami still with 2, and Miami's going to get the ball to start the second half. So big 3rd down here. Carolina just 1 of 4, though, on 3rd down. They're up 17-6, but Miami's had the better of the play in the second quarter. Howell steps up in the pocket, rips it, and through the hands of De'Ami Brown. It would have been a first down at the 40, but it slipped right through his hands, and he's lucky it wasn't picked off behind him as Trajan Bandy saw the ball fluttering towards him after it tipped off Brown's hands.
Absolutely, and that was the worst case scenario, because if he catches that ball, he has an opportunity to go down the sideline.
Miami is wearing number 80.
There was just an announcement that number 3 for Miami is wearing number 80. I believe that's Gilbert Frierson. 2 players wearing number 3 for Miami today, but Frierson, the man who would likely be on the special teams. So, Heels have to punt it away. Kiernan, bit of a wobbly kick, hits at the 49. Now it caroms back into Tar Heel territory. Hit at the Miami 49, checked up before it was downed at the Tar Heel 47. So just a 15-yard kick from Kiernan. It's going to be back. They'll mark it officially at the 47-yard line. Check it. It was a 21-yard kick from Kiernan. So 3 punts by Kiernan, the rookie out of Dublin, Ireland, who went to high school at Wakefield in Raleigh. And unfortunately, two of them have not been what he wanted.
Yeah, we talked about special teams before the game. Right now, the punt coverage team is not doing well. The punts just have not been satisfactory.
Whistles blow.
Timeout. The line of game equipment is dysfunctional at this time.
Piece of game equipment dysfunctional. That may have been sounds like maybe the chains were tangled up. They've got it working now. 1:38 remaining. Miami has 2 timeouts. Carolina has 3. Again, the Canes get it to start the second half. Heels up 17-6, but Miami starting at the Tar Heel 47. Long wait on the handoff to DJ. Dallas makes a man miss. Coming down the near sideline, tripped up at the 31 by Gimmel. It is a gain of 16. Miami has been pounding the ground here in the last couple of possessions, and it has the Tar Heel defense moving backwards. Jaron Williams already ready to go in the shotgun. Looks like he's going to throw this time. Comes out to the near side. Nobody around the tight end, Brevin Jordan. He'll advance it over the 20 and scoot out of bounds at the 17. Gain of 14 yards, and just like that, Miami is in scoring distance with 1:20 to play.
And that's the benefit of an offense going fast, because you catch the defense off guard. You don't allow guys to communicate, get the coverage, get everybody lined up, and get matched up.
Tar Heels up 17-6. But for the third straight drive, Miami has moved into Tar Heel territory. Williams in at the shotgun. Dallas to his left. He'll play action. Cater can't bring Williams down. He's able to chuck it towards the end zone, far left corner, but over the head of everybody, including his intended receiver, Mike Harley. Cater had a shot, but couldn't drop Williams.
And the pressure is good, don't get me wrong, but you have to make those plays. That's 4 sacks that I've counted this first half that we've missed, especially when you get a team, you get a chance to start pushing them back out of field goal range.
Williams now 14 of 19 for 106 yards. His counterpart Howell 7 of 10 for 143. Miami does have 2 backs over 40 yards. Dallas with 42. Harris has 41. It's Dallas standing to the left of Williams on this 2nd and 10, and he'll get the handoff. Finds a crease right side. Lowers his shoulder into Dorn over the 10, and it will be 1st and goal for Miami at around the 5-yard line.
And Miami offensively, they may go into the locker room down on the scoreboard, but you have to feel like they're going to be very confident coming back out in the second half, because the second quarter, they've been physical with the run game, and they've moved the ball at will pretty much.
Miami had just 47 yards of offense after the first quarter. They're now at 2:02 for the ball game. So you're looking at nearly around 150 yards of offense just in this quarter. 1st and goal from just inside the 5. 36 seconds to go on the first half clock. Williams loses the initial snap, but he's able to get back on it, or at least a Hurricane is able to get back on it. It was Dallas who jumped on the loose ball back at the 7. And so that'll lose a couple yards for Miami.
Miami, second charge, timeout.
But they do take that timeout, as you hear seconds. Jeff Flanagan say. That's twice now that Miami's had the ball on the ground. It just looked like Williams didn't get it real cleanly, and when he did take the snap, there was a lot of motion around him.
Yep.
Had a guard, Ja'Kai Clark, pulling from right to left. Had a man in motion coming from left to right. And just with all that traffic, Williams lost the ball. But fortunately for Miami, Dallas jumped on it. They'll mark it at the 6. 2nd and goal from the 6. 28 seconds left in the first half. Carolina up 17-6. But Miami looking to find the end zone for the first time.
Yeah, and on that play, that's exactly what happened. The pulling guard, Clark, knocked the ball out of the quarterback's, out of Williams' hand, and caused the fumble. Hopefully, if that keeps happening, Carolina, we need to get on one of those. We haven't created a turnover yet. We need to get ball thirsty.
Tar Heel bench area trying to get the crowd involved. 2nd and goal. Miami huddling up at the 10-yard line. They'll break it. Williams will be in the shotgun. Dallas to his right. Hilson man in motion. Harley from right to left. He gets the shotgun snap, looks immediately to his right. Throw and a diving catch for the touchdown for the Hurricanes. KJ Osborne had Patrice Rene in tight coverage, but the Buffalo transfer made a terrific stretch-out grab for 6. Miami finds the end zone, and with just 25 seconds left on the first half clock, can make it a 4-point game with the extra point.
Yeah, and give the quarterback a lot of credit. That was an absolutely strike on the quick slant.
Baxa on for the kick. It's good, so it's 17-13 with 25 seconds left. And again, Miami is going to get the ball to start the second half. That capped a 6-play, 47-yard drive in 1:13. Williams to Osborne. Osborne's first touchdown as a Miami player. He had 12 in his Buffalo career. And Brian, I mean, that was coming as Miami had moved deep into Tar Heel territory on its last 2 drives. Mix that in with some poor punts that the Tar Heels have been fighting, so the Canes had a little bit of a shorter field. And it all added up eventually to the touchdown for the Canes.
Yeah, and Patrice Rene on that play, I think, now I could be wrong, I think he was supposed to have inside leverage on that, and he allowed the receiver to cross his face on that. And when you do that, that's what's going to happen down there, especially when the quarterback has a strong arm as William does.
At one point, Carolina had 8 first downs, and Miami had 4. Since then, the Hurricanes have 10 first downs, and the Tar Heels have just 1. So the total number there in that stat, 14-9 Miami, with 25 seconds left in the first half. Carolina still has the lead, but Hurricanes have the momentum. And it will be yet another touchback. Baxa has not given Michael Carter any opportunity for a run back this evening. We'll see what the Tar Heels do. They have 3 timeouts. Miami does get the ball. 25 seconds left. See if Carolina just takes a knee and goes into the locker room to regroup, or if they try to push the envelope. Doesn't look like they're taking a knee. They will set up with 4 receivers in the formation. Corrales and Tucker out to the right. Newsom and Brown to the left. Javonte Williams, the back next to Howe. It's a draw handoff, and Miami was ready for it. Their 2 defensive ends, Garvin and Patchen, combine on the stop. No gain on the play. And that may be the final play of the first half. Yep, Tar Heel coaches, all clad in navy tonight, have started making their way towards the Tar Heel locker room in the west end zone.
I'll get Matt.
Both teams will break that way. And Carolina's going to go into the locker room up 17-13. But seeing Miami outscore the Tar Heels 10-0 in the second quarter. Lee is going to get a word with Mac Brown in just a moment, so we'll keep it here so we can hear from the Tar Heel head coach. Quick check of total numbers in that first half, and Dave will go through all these later. 206 yards for Miami, 176 for the Tar Heels, but that 176 includes just 5 yards of offense for the Tar Heels in the second quarter. Miami, meanwhile, was over 150 yards of offense in the second quarter. Time of possession heavily in favor of the Hurricanes as well on this hot night. They hold the ball for more than 19 minutes in the first half. Again, we're still waiting. Mac Brown just about done with interview with TV, and now here's Lee with Coach Brown.
Coach, full house, prime time. You jumped out 3 stores very quickly, which had to make you happy.
Yes, I'm really excited about the crowd, Lee. They've done a tremendous job. Excited about the way we started. Really disappointed in the end of the half.
Thank you, Coach.
So that's the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. Pretty short and sweet from him, and probably about what you're feeling too. Good start, but that second quarter, not what the Heels wanted. They will take the lead into the halftime locker room, however. 17-13. Tar Heels on top from Learfield. I am G. Collins.
To demonstrate State Farm mobile app's new voice-activated features, we bring you Pro QB and State Farm brand icon, Aaron Rodgers.
Thanks, enthusiastic voiceover.
Take it away.
Well, you can tell it stuff like, show me my bill.
Here is your bill.
There you have it. Thanks, Aaron.
You don't want me to talk about how I can pull up my insurance card or call my agent?
Ooh, we are out of time.
Well, I just did.
What a pro. Voice-activated help from the State Farm mobile app. Talk to an agent or visit statefarm.com today.
As official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel fan means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio or stop by and speak to a Wells Fargo team member to learn more. 2019 Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. all rates reserved.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. ACC football is back on SiriusXM. We've got 24/7 talk and analysis on SiriusXM ACC Radio from hosts like Mark Packer, Chris Spatola, Roddy Jones, and me, Wes Durham, as well as live play-by-play. Try us out for free on your phone, online, and at home, and take your team with you anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM.
Football season at B-Dubs is here, people. Let's clear your schedule. Your younger brother's destination wedding? Pass. Knowing what we know about him, you can catch the next one. Car needs washing? Try Rain. Yard work? Say you're going for the grown-in look. Cancel everything. There's more important things in life than all that life stuff, like tackling a mountain of wings, raising beer like trophies, and not doing whatever it is you were supposed to be doing like a true champion. Buffalo Wild Wings. Roar!
Halftime here in Chapel Hill, Carolina leading Miami 17-13. We'll run through scores on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard and take a look at the first half stats. But right now, let's go down to the field and hear from Lee Pace and a young man who participated in this game 15 years ago. Connor Barth kicked the game winner. Fellas?
Well, guys, it's fun to be catching up with Connor Barth here 15 years ago. Can you imagine how long ago that was, Connor?
No, it's insane. I mean, it brings back a lot of memories. I mean, just awesome to be able to get everyone back together. We made this a special time. First home game. It's going to be a new tradition. We got all the guys back, a lot of the alumni, and just a special night here in Chapel Hill.
42 yards. What was going through your mind during that last possession and getting out and going out and making the kick?
You know, it's always a kicker's dream to hit game winners. And, you know, when we got the ball back, you know, I knew it could come down to a field goal, and I just was prepared. And my teammates kind of kept me calm, being a young 18-year-old and freshman. And, you know, I didn't think too much about it. I think it's good that I was younger. You know, I didn't really know what to do, and I just went out there and treated it like practice and went out there and then put it through. So it was a special night.
Hair was a little bit longer then, huh?
Yes, I changed my appearance a little bit, you know.
So 6 years in the NFL, a decade with 6 different teams. Last was Chicago. You're still working out. I've seen some YouTube clips of you still kicking, so maybe a call yet to come?
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost treated like you're a consultant, you know.
Right.
You know, you can always stay in shape as a kicker. You can play for a pretty long time, you know. I mean, when you're 30 at other positions, a little bit different. When you're 30 as a kicker, you're still pretty young. So just staying in shape in case the team calls, and we'll see if something happens this year, and hopefully I can catch on somewhere.
3 kicks longer than 50 yards in your career, 156 yards against NC State. What about the power that you were able to generate? Was that just God-given, or did you work on that over the years?
Yeah, I mean, it all starts in the weight room and with my trainers and my kicking coaches, and just working on that craft and that form. And, you know, a little bit is obviously God-given and it is a gift, but, you know, you got to work every day. And I tried to master my craft and was able to excel from college to the NFL.
I know you're living in Wilmington now, kicking on the side, some in the real estate business, also in the photography business. With our fans can go on and Google Connor Barth Photography and find a great website. How do you get these wonderful pictures in the middle of a wave in the ocean?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a surfer. I grew up surfing on the coast, and just kind of fell into it a couple years ago after I was released from Chicago. Bought a little drone and started shooting some aerial photos. I live at the beach. I'm like, you know what, this is a beautiful place. Why not capture the moments? And started getting in the water and shooting my buddies surfing, and I just started fell in love with shooting waves and things like that, and I kind of just fell into place and have a passion for it. We do some really cool projects back home. I'm in some different restaurants and some different stores, and check me out on ConnorBarthPhotography.com. I can do all kinds of custom artwork, anything you want to do, and you just got to email me, and we can, make something happen. We just did a big piece for my brother and his wife in his house over their couch, so I can do all kinds of stuff.
Well, you mentioned your brother, Casey Bars, standing beside us. A decade of bars. What was that like for your family to having you and then your brother 10 years cooking for the Tar Heels?
I get emotional about it because, Casey, he's the leading scorer ever, and he is the leading scorer in Tar Heel history in football, and, he was phenomenal, and for him to come in after me and fill some, pretty big shoes is impressive, and I'm super proud of him. Every day I tell him, man, you don't get enough credit for what you did here in Chapel Hill, and, he's the guy. He broke all the records, and he had an amazing career. I wish he could have had a better shot in the NFL, but, man, it's amazing to have my mom and dad. My mom flew in from Budapest tonight to be here for this, and my dad's here. He flew in from Baton Rouge, so our family's super supportive. It's just amazing to have everyone here, my brother, his wife, and everything. It's just amazing.
And what an atmosphere tonight. Just harking back to 15 years ago. It's got to be fun as a Letterman and member of the Carolina football family to come back into this environment.
Oh, it's amazing. It's just a totally different atmosphere now with Mac Brown back. And I'm super pumped for the season. I think we're going to do amazing. And hopefully get this win tonight, keep playing well, and it should be a big year.
Good deal. Connor Barth, thanks for your time. Look forward to seeing you back in Chapel Hill.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Okay, that's it for the field here at halftime in Kenan Stadium.
Thank you, Lee Pace. Our score at the half, Carolina 17, Miami 13. We'll run through some other scores in the ACC and top 25, plus get you caught up on stats. The Tar Heels lead by 4 at the break from Learfield, IMG College.
Do you need some extra money in your pocket? Try Insurance Service Associates, your local independent agent. We can shop your auto and home insurance with several companies to get you better coverage and the best rate. Insurance Service Associates at 127 East Trade Street in Forest City for auto, home, or commercial insurance. More choices, better coverage, best rate. That's Insurance Service Associates, 245-5301.
Have you heard the 3 big lies about Medicaid eligibility? First, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your house. That's not true. Second, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. That's not true. And third, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. That's not true. Please call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm for a free consultation and learn the truth about Medicaid and eligibility and nursing home care in North Carolina. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify and not lose everything you own. Call the Arledge Law Firm today at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton. Again, that's 287-3338.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
180 over 111, and I had a stroke. I couldn't speak or walk.
This is high blood pressure. Get back on your plan. Go to loweryourhbp.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield IMG College under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield IMG College. Announcers are provided by Learfield IMG College and approved by the university.
17-13, Carolina leads at the break. This is the Wells Fargo halftime show. Our thanks again to Connor Barth for sharing some time with us as we now go to our Marin's Moving drive around the ACC and a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Earlier, Pittsburgh doubled up Ohio 20-10. Syracuse falls to Maryland 63-20. Old Dominion comes up short against Virginia Tech as the Hokies win 31-17. NC State shuts out Western Carolina 41-zip. Georgia Tech in a tight one over USF 14-10. Clemson knocks off Texas A&M in a top 15 matchup 24-10. BC thumps Richmond 45-13. Florida State survives in overtime. Louisiana Monroe misses a PAT, and the Noles win 45-44. Duke 45-13 winners against North Carolina A&T, and Louisville currently up 35-zip on Eastern Kentucky with time running down in the fourth quarter. Meanwhile, in the top 25 going into the fourth quarter, Oklahoma 56, South Dakota 14. Central Florida up on Florida Atlantic 35-6 late in the third. And a top 10 matchup, LSU 20, Texas 7, still 11:28 left to go in the third period. Auburn 14, Tulane 6, that game early on in the third. UT Martin hasn't hit the scoreboard yet, and Florida leads 24-0 midway through quarter number 3. Penn State getting a challenge from Buffalo. The Nittany Lions lead 21-13 with under 7 to play in the third quarter. Oregon 35, Nevada 6 early on in quarter number 3. Also Michigan State 34, Western Michigan 7, 11:24 left to go in the third quarter in that matchup. Finals from the top 25. Alabama 62, New Mexico State 10. Murray State falls in Athens to Georgia 63-17. Ohio State shuts out Cincinnati 42-zip. Michigan in overtime. Make that 2 overtimes. Survives Army 24-21. Utah 35, Northern Illinois 17. Wisconsin big over Central Michigan 61-0. Iowa 30, Rutgers 0. Washington State closes out Northern Colorado 59-17. And Colorado in OT bests Nebraska 34-31. That'll do it for our Marin's Moving Drive around the ACC and a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. We're back with stats as the Wells Fargo halftime show continues from Chapel Hill with the Tar Heels leading the Miami Hurricanes 17-13 from Learfield IMG College.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm a cooler. You're driving to a tailgate, so you filled me up with ice and cans. But I pop open, you panic, and if you've got cut rate insurance, there might be a few less cans in your ice. So get Allstate.
Allstate, where your rates won't go up just because of an accident. Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Contact your local agent today. Are you in good hands?
Not available in every state. Features are optional, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and its affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Good things come to those who wait. At Jersey Mike's, they also come to those who don't. Download our app, order ahead, and skip the line. Cut to the Chase by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Tread Life and exceptional wet braking. Featuring Traction Plus technology, the Terrain Contact HT provides the perfect balance between on-road durability and manners. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
UNC Healthcare offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Football season at B-Dubs is here, people. Let's clear your schedule. Your younger brother's destination wedding? Pass. Knowing what we know about him, you can catch the next one. Car needs washing? Try Rain. Yard work? Say you're going for the grown-in look. Cancel everything. There's more important things in life than all that life stuff, like tackling a mountain of wings, raising beer like trophies, and not doing whatever it is you were supposed to be doing like a true champion. Buffalo Wild Wings. Roar!
13, Carolina leads Miami at the break by 4. First half stats look like this. The Tar Heels raced out to a 10-0 lead on a Noah Ruggles 37-yard field goal and a De'Ami Brown 62-yard reception from Sam Howell. It was 10-zip Tar Heels with 11:23 to go in the first quarter, but all of a sudden Miami began to wiggle its way back in. Bubba Baxa connects on a 50-yard field goal to make it 10-3. Javonte Williams' 2-yard touchdown run late in the first quarter pushed the lead to 17-3, but another Baxa field goal pushed the deficit to 17-6, and then KJ Osborne's 6-yard reception from Jaron Williams with 25 seconds to go before the half made it 17-13. Miami's held the football for better than 19 minutes. The Tar Heels just shy of 11 minutes in time of possession. Total yards 206 for the Canes, 176 for the Tar Heels. Neither team operating well on third down. The Canes 1 of 6, the Tar Heels 1 of 5. That'll do it for your look at first half stats, and and we'll send things back to Jones and Bryan for the call of half number 2. The halftime show brought to you as always by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. 17-13, Carolina leads Miami by 4 at the break from Learfield IMG College.
Hello from all of us at Smith's Drugs in downtown Forest City. Check out our newly remade website at smithsdrugsfc.com and see how you can download our mobile app to make refilling your prescription so easy. You can create multiple profiles for everyone in your family and send refill notices anytime, saving you from calling in or leaving messages. Check out our Facebook page and see new items from the gift shop and on-sale items that can include t-shirts, leggings, shoes, toys, and other seasonal gifts. Our home medical equipment department at Smith's Drugs has all of your CPAP therapy needs for supplies that include filters, tubings, and masks, as well as our 2 respiratory therapists to help you get the full benefits of your CPAP and answer any questions or concerns that you are having. We also have lift chairs, diabetic shoes, and offer mastectomy services here at Smith's Drugs. Also, we have daily specials in our old-fashioned soda fountain at just $3.99 for breakfast and $5.99 for lunch. And we can help you with some fried pound cake and ice cream or milkshakes for dessert. We also want to thank all of Rutherford County for your loyal support and trust that has allowed us to serve you since 1939. Thank you to Rutherford County and Forest City from all of us at Smith's Drugs at 139 East Main Street.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have the proven record of the best deal. It's your place to shop for your truck. Get a good look at the selection of SUVs, Escapes, Edge, and Explorers. Sisk Family Ford can put you in the family car or truck of your choice any day you want to make a change. Try one on for a ride. Make your next deal a Sisk Family Ford deal. Shop local and get your best agreement for the next automobile. Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
The U.S. is projected to add 10 million jobs over the next 5 years. But will today's high school students be ready for the jobs of tomorrow? The future of our country is in high school, and politicians are deciding the future right now. Text FUTURE to 225568 to learn more from XQ. Message and data rates may apply.
We'll wrap up the Wells Fargo halftime show. Carolina leading Miami 17-13, but Miami outscores the Tar Heels 10-0 in the second quarter. And the Canes will have the ball first. Let's get to the trusted choice of the game. Brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina, who wants you to stay safe behind the wheel, so don't text and drive. Go to trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. That's trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. Find an independent insurance agent near you to learn more. Brian, Dave gave the full stats a minute ago. This is the quarter breakdown, though, of those stats. First quarter, Carolina had 19 plays, 171 yards, and 7 minutes of possession. Miami had 16 plays, 47 yards, 8 minutes of possession. Second quarter, Tar Heels had just 8 plays for 5 yards, 3 minutes and 54 seconds of possession. Miami had it 24 plays, 159 yards, held the ball for 11:06. What do the Heels need to trust to be a little more like that first quarter compared to the second?
Well, the first quarter we were dependent on the big play in the passing game, and I think the difference in the second quarter was Miami, you saw them able to run the football, and Carolina, we're struggling right now to run the football. So I think right now that is the difference. You know, obviously we're still up on the scoreboard. If you ask Coach if you take 17-13 lead coming out of the halftime, I think he would say yes. So but we're going to have to find a way to run the football if we want to maintain possession and extend drives.
Jeff Thomas on the far hash, KJ Osborne on the near as Rubino kicks it 8-9 yards deep in the end zone and then bouncing out of the back. So it'll be a touchback for the Canes. They'll be going right to left here in the third quarter, and we're going to go right to the sideline. And our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace, brought to you by Pinehurst Resort and the reinvented number 4 course by Gil Hans, named the best new course you can play in 2019. 9 courses, 1 legendary destination. Visit Pinehurst.com to play your next round of golf. Lee, what you got?
Jones, a bunch of the players were up on the bench appealing to the crowd for some noise. They're still doing that. The crowd had got a little somnambulant here in the second quarter, along with the fortunes of the team. Meanwhile, Nick Polino is out for the rest of the game.
Tar Heels a little confused defensively on first down. Very late, they sub in Surratt, and Miami hits a quick jet sweep to Jeff Thomas for 9 yards. Tar Heels were very quickly trying to make a late sub, and Miami takes advantage with the quick 9-yard gain.
Yeah, Carolina's lucky they didn't get caught with 12 men on the field.
Yep. Lone back is Dallas behind Williams, who will be under center. Hand off to Dallas. He has the first down. As DJ Ford, the first man to make contact defensively. Chaz Surratt coming up off the bottom of the pile, as is Gimmel as well. But 2 plays, 15 yards for Miami. They're now at their own 40. So let's see if this Tar Heel defense, which has been on the field a lot here over the last little bit, can stiffen up here out of the halftime locker room. It is a hot, muggy evening. Miami held the ball significantly more than the Tar Heels in the first half. They had the ball nearly 20 minutes. Williams will throw quickly, and boy, a nice catch right on the NC logo in the middle of the field by Osborne. Miles Wolford was defending him tightly and well, but it's a gain of 7 on the slant, and we'll go right back to Lee on the sideline.
Jones, I saw Patrice Renee go into the locker room just at the end of the second quarter before halftime started with the medical staff. I do not see him out here right now. Greg Ross Jr. and Trey Morrison are the 2 cornerbacks, so I'll see if he's out here and if I can find out anything about Patrice Renee.
You're right, Lee, as Miami will hand it off to Dallas. Tripped up. Tamon Fox was pushing back his blocker, and his blocker was Brevin Jordan. Those two kind of tangled up with Dallas to trip him up, but Dallas falls forward for the first down to the 50. So, Brian, again, Miami isn't necessarily hitting any major plays here, but just good chunks of yardage every play and another first down.
Yeah, and the offensive job is to keep the chains moving, and right now they're able to do that with the run game, because right now Carolina is not able to get Miami to third and medium, third and long, where they can apply pressure and try to have an opportunity to force a bad play.
First down. We'll set the Tar Heel defense for you in just a second as Williams play action. Has a lot of time to throw. They will try the deep ball now, and broken up at the 5-yard line. Morrison knocks it free from Jeff Thomas. That's a couple times that the sophomore from Norcross, Georgia, Trey Morrison, has made a nice play one-on-one. Heels brought pressure. Miami picked it up, and Williams had all day to throw. 2nd and 10 from the 50. Still 17-13. Tar Heels first drive of the second half. Tamari Fox, Crawford, Strobridge, Tamon Fox on the defensive front right now for the Tar Heels. We'll give you the rest in just a minute. Short gain on second down on the ground as Tamon Fox, first man to make the hit, and it will be 3rd and 9 for Miami. Other defenders for the Heels, Chaz Surratt and Gimmel. And now Gimmel and Tamari Fox will come off as the Heels bring Storm Duck and Dominique Ross, DJ Ford out there, Wolfhook and Dorn as well. Ross and Morrison at the corner. Big play here, 3rd and 9. Miami 1 of 6 on 3rd down in the first half. Heels trying to get a stop and get the ball back. Williams, time to throw. Easy pitch and catch to his tight end, Jordan. Jordan fighting 2 Tar Heels for the first down over the Carolina 30-yard line to the 29. It is a big gain of 20 for the Canes, actually 21, and they pick up a big 3rd down. Let's go to the Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace.
Jones, I have confirmed that Patrice Renee will be out for the rest of the game, so tough luck for the Tar Heels. 2 games in a row that they've had a key injury to one of their starting cornerbacks.
So Renee and Polino both shaken up and out for the Tar Heels. And Miami has the momentum and another first down. Williams Looked like he was going to throw it, then hands it off, and Alan Cater didn't like that plan. So he fires into the backfield and drags down the ball carrier, Cameron Harris.
A good job of Cater using his quickness to cross the face to get in the backfield. But on that last completion, Jones, Miles Dorn has outside leverage, and the tight end gives him an outside fake. If you have leverage, never go for the fake to your leverage. And he went for the fake, and then the tight end was able to go across the middle.
2nd and 12 after the loss on the first down run. First drive of the second half. Miami's moved off its own 25, working on the Tar Heel 30. Play action. Pass to the near side. Caught inside the 25 to the 22, maybe 21. Michael Irvin II. That is the Michael Irvin you're thinking of, son. Redshirt junior from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. His first catch. It's a gain of 9, but it brings up 3rd and 3. Miami going towards the student section, which is jam-packed, and trying to make a difference.
Yeah, Miles had the tight end to the flat, and he's looking in the backfield. If you have coverage on the guy, you have to have your eyes on that.
True eye behind Williams. Heels up 4, but Miami on the move. They converted a 3rd down earlier in this drive. Handoff to Dallas, and short. Tried to go over the right side, and the Tar Heels upended him for no gain. Very little gain, if any, maybe 1 yard. And it'll be 3rd down. Miami, though, 4th down, and Miami is keeping the offense on the field. This will be 4th and about 1.5, 2 yards, somewhere in that range. Miami needs the 18. In between the 19 and the 20.
Yeah, you can't line up off sides and you can't jump if they go hard.
Another shotgun. Fakes the toss, tripped up, but he may have fallen forward enough for the first down.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be really close.
Yes,
Surratt is the man who tripped him up. I think the officials are going to have to measure this one. It is too close for the guy. They will indeed stop the action and bring out the chains. For Miami, they went for 4th down twice in their first game against Florida, came up empty. This is the first time that a Tar Heel opponent this year is for it. Boy, it is really hard to tell. Don't even know what to tell you that I'm towards. They stretch the chains out, and he did not get it. Tar Heels have the ball. Chaz Surratt, the former QB, trips him up and gives Carolina the ball. 9:26 to go, 3rd quarter. Tar Heels will have it after this.
That play is under review.
Well, hold on. They're going to put this play under review, but we will take a break. But they are going to review the spot while we're at the commercial. Heels up 4. They'll review it from Learfield IMG College.
Hello from all of us at Smith's Drugs in downtown Forest City. Check out our newly remade website at smithsdrugsfc.com and see how you can download our mobile app to make refilling your prescriptions so easy. You can create multiple profiles for everyone in your family and send refill notices anytime, saving you from calling in or leaving messages. Check out our Facebook page and see new items from the gift shop and on-sale items that can include t-shirts, leggings, shoes, toys, and other seasonal gifts. Our home medical equipment department at Smith's Drugs has all of your CPAP therapy needs for supplies that include filters, tubings, and masks, as well as our 2 respiratory therapists to help you get the full benefits of your CPAP and answer any questions or concerns that you are having. We also have lift chairs, diabetic shoes, and offer mastectomy services here at Smith's Drugs. Also, we have daily specials in our old-fashioned soda fountain at just $3.99 for breakfast and $5.99 for lunch. And we can help you with some fried pound cake and ice cream or milkshakes for dessert. We also want to thank all of Rutherford County for your loyal support and trust that has allowed us to serve you since 1939. Thank you to Rutherford County and Forest City from all of us at Smith's Drugs at 139 East Main Street.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers of Sisk Family Ford. They have the proven record of the best deal. It's your place to shop for your truck. Get a good look at the selection of SUVs, Escapes, Edge, and Explorers. Sisk Family Ford can put you in the family car or truck of your choice any day you want to make a change. Try one on for a ride. Make your next deal a Sisk Family Ford deal. Shop local and get your best agreement for the next automobile. Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
The U.S. is projected to add 10 million jobs over the next 5 years. But will today's high school students be ready for the jobs of tomorrow? The future of our country is in high school, and politicians are deciding the future right now. Text FUTURE to 225568 to learn more from XQ. Message and data rates may apply.
Have called Granville Towers home at UNC, located in the heart of Chapel Hill off Franklin Street, close to campus dining and shopping. Granville Towers, place to be at UNC. Jones and Bryan here with you. Dave Nathan, Lee Pace, Jody Zeugner, Ben Alexander, our whole Tar Heel Sports Network team. Tar Heel offense stalled in the second quarter, and it gets off to a slow start as Carter just gets his feet tangled and falls on the first down run and loses a yard. No contact on the tackle. He just fell down. In fact, they're going to mark it back almost to the 15, so we'll call it 2nd and 13 now for the Tar Heels.
Yeah, and the reason he fell because Jonathan Ford was 3 yards deep in the backfield as Carter was getting the handoff.
Out, incomplete, short hopped it, throwing to the far numbers to De'Ami Brown. And so Carolina, in the blink of an eye, in danger of going 3 and out. Again, last 4 possessions of the first half. 3 and out, 4 plays in a punt, 3 and out, and then 1 play before halftime.
And Jones, that's really why I don't understand Miami going for it on 4th down. You're moving the ball, continue to just put points on it. I mean, I'm glad they went for it and didn't get it, but, it's easy to sit over here after the play, but they're moving the ball too well and playing too well on defense.
3rd and long, pass is caught in traffic. First down, Carl Tucker ripped it away from a defender and advanced to the 32 to move the stick.
Yeah, and that was a great shoestring catch by Carl Tucker. Great concentration on a contested situation.
Tar Heels now 2 of 6 on 3rd down, but that gets them a little bit of breathing room out to the 32-yard line. That's Tucker's first catch of the season. The snap is off the mark, and Howe has to jump back on it. The snap came almost to his hip on the left side, and he dives on it at the 25. Remember, Nick Polino, the starting center for the Tar Heels, is out. And since he has gone out, and not saying it's all because of that, but Miami has really been more successful defensively since the Heels made the change.
And that snap, honestly, was not a bad snap. I think Howe took his eyes off the football to look downfield to see what he wanted to do with it.
Howe will have a back to either side and play action. He's going to rip it down the left side. Open receiver, caught at the 50. Newsome stumbling into Miami territory over the 40-yard line.
And the big play strike again. If Newsome is able to keep his feet on that, that's definitely a touchdown.
There is an injured Miami player, and it is Pinckney. I believe their veteran, really talented linebacker who is down and shaken up. 36 yards on the pass and catch. But with the injured Kane, we'll have a full timeout. 7:47 to go, 3rd quarter. Heels up 17-13. The pass puts them at the Miami 39 when we return. Heels up 4 from Learfield, IMG College.
Whether you're headed to work or out to the game, the Terrain Contact HT is designed for what you do. A premium highway terrain tire for light trucks and SUVs, the Terrain Contact HT is strong, durable, and quiet with a focus on long tread life and exceptional wet braking. Featuring Traction Plus technology, the Terrain Contact HT provides the perfect balance between on-road durability and manners. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Red 18. This season, you can share a Coke with your team on it. So I'm going to tell you how with a little help from this quarterback.
Salad, 44.
You can share a Coke when your team's up.
Red Poncho.
You can share a Coke when your team's down.
Happy Jolly.
You can even share a Coke with your rival on game day.
Chili, chili, chili.
Or you can share a Coke when you're giving out your famous guacamole recipe in a completely packed stadium.
Cilantro, chopped onion, squeeze a lime, Roma tomato, hike.
Share a Coke with a fan this season.
Ice cold, delicious.
Nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of all teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Show them it's not safe to call or text while driving. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeal.
To learn more, visit your local agent, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
Michael Pinckney did go off the field under his own power. He is over on the Miami sideline running around, so it looks like he will be able to return. Good news for him and the Canes. He will have to sit out one play, though, after play stopped due to his injury. 7:47 to go, third quarter. Heels 17, Hurricanes 13. Carolina moving left to right. They'll have the ball on the near hash at the Miami 39 after a 30-plus yard pitch and catch from Hal to Newsom. StubHub is the easiest way to experience every Tar Heel game. Check the virtual view, score your seats, get your tickets delivered instantly. StubHub, official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Tar Heels. StubHub, be there. Big ACC matchup early in the season. Miami will be out of conference next week at home against Bethune-Cookman. Carolina plays Wake Forest in Winston, non-conference game on a Friday. Just a regular non-conference game against Wake on a Friday, right? Heels will empty out the backfield. Howell is under center and takes the snap. He's going to throw it backwards to De'Ami Brown. Looked like a double pass. He'll throw it back across the field to Howell. Howell coming down the near sideline. Flag is down as Howell is shoved in the back after he went out of bounds. Wiped out a couple of Tar Heel fans on the sideline as well. Mac Brown is hot on the lack of laundry on that one. There is a flag on the field from earlier in the play. Now the officials conferring. And let's see.
Receiver downfield, number 73 offense. 5-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
So that is McKeithen.
Correction, the ball was caught behind the line of scrimmage. Therefore, no foul for an illegal man downfield. First down.
That seems like an important distinction to make.
Under review.
Now the previous play is under review. Not sure what that is about. But Carolina's going to have the ball, assuming everything stays as is. At the 21 or 2, they're still moving the chains. Looks like the 21-yard line.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. First down.
Well, there's no doubt it was a backwards pass. So De'Ami Brown on the far side received the pass well behind the line of scrimmage from Howell, threw it back to the near side to Howell. And I tell you, Miami is lucky that they didn't tack on a personal foul penalty as well, as Howell was a step or two out of bounds when he was shoved from behind. Well, all said and done, 1st and 10 on the 21. Still 17-13, Carolina, clock moving, 7:12 to go, third quarter. Howell, pressure in his face, lets it go, near sideline, Tucker, almost with a terrific one-handed catch in between 3 Hurricanes in the end zone. But Tucker, who's already made one great catch this drive, couldn't bring that one in. That would have rivaled De'Ami Brown's catch from a week ago.
Yeah, and I love the effort, but I would love to see him put his foot in the ground and then go up vertically and go up aggressive with 2 hands with it. But great effort on the catch.
2nd and 10, ball on the near hash as the Heels go left to right at the Miami 21-yard line. Hurricanes into the neutral zone. Carolina's going to throw it to the end zone. No flag down. And they're looking for Corrales near sideline.
Offside. Defense number 56. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
I didn't see the flag, but
I didn't either.
Apparently the officials either just knew it was obviously an offside or I just missed it. Either way, it's going to be 5 yards. So it was a free play as the Heels tried to hit Corrales. And with the 5-yard penalty, it'll be 2nd and 5 from the 16.
And good awareness by Sam, understanding that you have a free play and take a shot in the end zone.
4 penalties on Miami, 37 yards. Howell on 2nd and 5. He's going in the end zone again. Newsom there, but just overthrown in the back right corner. Boy, just a yard too far. for Newsom as Howell looked quickly in the flat left, then immediately was trying to hit the junior from Hampton, Virginia, and man, just a little bit too much. 3rd and 5.
And that's the same route that Newsom got the big play on a couple plays ago. They went right back to it to see if they could score on it.
3rd and 5. Tar Heels 2 of 6 on 3rd down. They did convert a big one earlier in this drive. 6:57 to go, 3rd quarter. Heels up 4. Howell claps his hands. Snap a little low, able to get it. Pressure on the way, and he's dropped. Pinckney able to trip up Howell from behind as he came around the right side of the Tar Heel offensive line. You know, Miami said Quarterman and Pinckney were fine in the first game against Florida. They really didn't feel like they, though, played up to the really high expectations they have. They've both been, particularly Pinckney, been great tonight for the Canes.
Both of those guys are great football players. But Sam on that one understood. Don't force anything. You're in field goal range. Let's give us a chance to get 3 points on the board.
It'll be a 40-yard attempt, Brian, from straight away. Snap back, spot down, kick up, and it is right down Broadway from Noah Ruggles. So Ruggles gives Carolina 3 after the long drive. 6:14 to go in the 3rd quarter. Tar Heels back up a touchdown now at 20-13. That's an all-state good hands field goal from the Tar Heel sophomore kicker, Noah Ruggles. Tar Heels up 7 from Learfield, IMG College.
McCurry-Dake Motors has been providing the stylish Buick for families for generations. Come browse a new selection and you'll find the car that everybody's talking about. The family-owned dealership is deeply entrenched in our community. They understand the needs of the customers and will work with them to find the perfect car, truck, or crossover for their lives. Experience the new Buick at McCurry-Dake Motors. Take a look around the website to learn more about everything offered at McCurry-Dake Motors, 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace, learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I'm jumping in with my clothes on.
Most party fouls are pretty dumb, but if you decide to drink and drive underage, you could lose your license and your freedom. Learn more at ultimatepartyfoul.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
20-13 Tar Heels. 6:14 to go, 3rd quarter. ACC football back on Sirius XM. We love you listening on your local Tar Heel Sports Network affiliate through GoHeels.com, maybe the Go Heels app, through TuneIn, and right there on Sirius XM. 24/7 talk analysis on Sirius XM ACC Radio from hosts like Roddy Jones and our friend Wes Durham. You can get it on your phone, online, or at home. You can get a free trial, SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM. The drive, 10 plays, 58 yards, 3:12 off the clock. Noah Ruggles with the 40-yard field goal. That is his longest field goal in his young Tar Heel career. As Rubino kicks it off. And he'll send it into the end zone for a touchback. Both Rubino and Baxa for Miami have done a nice job on kickoffs tonight, really not giving the other team much chance. Miami did have one early return that the Heels snuffed out. So, Canes starting from their own 25.
Yeah, Miami had success on the last drive, but decided to go for it on 4th down. Carolina was able to get the stop. Let's see if Carolina now can kind of solidify their effort and go back to the effort that they had against South Carolina late in the game.
It'll be a straight run. And Dominique Ross and Zach Gill combine on the hit against Cameron Harris. Harris able to get 3 yards out to the 28. Let's go to Lee on the sideline.
You mentioned Zach Gill. He's in now with Jaleel Taylor in the nose guard and inside tackle position and replacing the first team guys. Been fun to watch Jaleel Taylor the last couple games. He's a little spark plug. He lost 25 pounds in the offseason. He's much quicker now under Brian Hess's strength program.
Williams to throw, Lee, and has a receiver wide open. Far side, caught for the first down by Mark Pope. Greg Ross shoved him out of bounds, but Pope had shaken Ross. Made the catch and advanced it to the 36 for a gain of 8. Those two players that Lee was talking about, Taylor, redshirt freshman out of Pinehurst, Georgia. Zach Gill, a redshirt sophomore. He's out of Wake Forest, North Carolina. 2 young guys who you'll probably hear more about as the year goes on and in future seasons on that D-line. Miami again has Williams under center. They'll flip one tight end from right to left. The other stops as a fullback, so it's a true eye. Play action, though. Williams going to dump it in the flat to that tight end who had set up at the fullback position, Jordan, near side. He is banged out of bounds over the 40 at the 43, so a gain of 7 on the play. Jeremiah Gimmel, whose name we have called a lot tonight, he has been active. The redshirt sophomore from Noonan, Georgia, the man who made the hit. 4:55 to go, third quarter. Tar Heels 20, Miami 13. Canes moving from right to left. Ball on the near hash at the Miami 43-yard line. This is 2nd and 3. Williams has now thrown it 27 times, 21 of 27. He'll pitch it forward on the jet sweep to Jeff Thomas. Tar Heels do a pretty good job, but Thomas is going to get a first down. Carolina did a nice job making his momentum slow and forcing him just to dance forward, but able to pick up enough to move the sticks to the 47.
Yeah, Miles Dorn had a good read on that play, but he got kicked out and kind of got knocked off of balance and wasn't able to make the play. But right now, Miami, they're sitting on this run game. They feel good about their ability to run the ball, and when they do go to the pass, it's all quick game stuff.
109 yards on the ground for Miami. This will be a throw. Williams with a pump fake off his back foot. Has the man open. Caught inside the Tar Heel 20 by Mike Harley. He had gotten behind Miles Dorn. So a 38-yard catch down to the Tar Heel 15. Miami has not had a lot of big plays today. It's been methodical offense when it's been successful, but they hit a deep ball there.
And just the post seam route by the receiver. He fakes the post route like he's going to get across the Miles Dorn face, and then he goes up the hash.
Tar Heels lead it by 7, but again, Miami deep in Tar Heel territory. Play action. Williams rolling out to the right. Lets it go. Caught at the 10. Breaking one tackle and to the 5 is KJ Osborne for a gain of 10. We'll see if they give him a first down. They will. In fact, they said he advanced it to the 4. So it's a gain of 11. And Miami now first and goal, 4 yards away. A touchdown and a point will tie the game.
Yeah, and you can see Miami's confidence building and building. They've had a lot of success moving the football. Now, I know those guys are wanting to punch this in the end zone. Carolina defensively have to stand up here.
Heels make a late sub. Zach Gill gets in on the defensive line. First and goal from the 4. Williams will turn and hand it to Harris, and off the left side into the end zone for the touchdown. So an extra point away from tying it. It's now 20-19. Harris with his first touchdown of the season.
Yeah, and Miami, they're just running the ball right now. They're just winning the battle up front. They're being physical.
Comes at the 2:58 mark, the score. Harris from 4 yards out. Extra point block. Strobridge blocks it. Wolfick has scooped it up, heading down the far sideline, eventually dumped at the 15. Strobridge busted through the line and with 2 hands smothered the PAT attempt.
Great effort by the defense right there, not succumbing, not just saying, okay, they scored a touchdown, we're going to give up an extra point. Make the offense work for every point that they have to get. Make them earn it.
Last time Tar Heels blocked an extra point, Jason Strobridge against Miami last season. And Strobridge fires in there to keep it at 20-19. The drive for the Canes, 7 plays, 75 yards in 3 minutes and 16 seconds. Harris with the touchdown, but then the blocked PAT. All of us on the Tar Heel Sports Network and across Carolina Athletics want to send our condolences to the family of Ann Catherine Browning, who passed away this past Saturday night at the far too young age of 17 years old. Ann Catherine's family full of Tar Heels and Tar Heel fans. Her late grandfather was a UNC Dental School graduate. Her father a Carolina graduate. Her brother is currently a junior at UNC.
Number 3 from Miami.
Ann Catherine suffered from epilepsy, had a grand mal seizure while in the bathtub, causing her to drown. And in communication with her family this week, they asked we reinforce the message of safety around water if you or anyone you know suffers from epilepsy. Gosh, again, all of our thoughts are with Ann Catherine's mother, Wendy, her father, Putt, her brothers, Mac and Dean, and all her friends and family as they navigate through this incredibly difficult time. Tar Heels going to get the football. Kickoff end over end will be fielded by Michael Carter, 5 yards in the end zone, but he will take a knee. And so the Heels will start on the 25. Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter is Lee Pace. Lee, what's going on down there?
Jones Adult and Connor Barth at halftime also enjoyed catching up with Marquise Williams, who is on the sideline pulling for the Tar Heels. He is going to make a stab at the XLF this February during the Developmental League's draft. Hopes to play a little bit more football. He's also coaching over in Clayton and has eyes on grad school here at Chapel Hill. So who knows, we may see Marquise Williams back around Chapel Hill next fall.
Second go round for that XFL. That's Vince McMahon, the owner of WWE's attempt at pro football. Carolina will flare it out to Bo Corrales. Near side, makes the catch, and he'll have the first down. Caught it at the 30, powered over DJ Ivy for a couple extra yards to the 37-yard line. Gain of 12. You know, Antoine Green had that groin or hamstring issue. We have not seen him again at the wide receiver spot in this game. Seen a lot of Corrales since then. Howell under heavy pressure, avoids it. What a great throw to Toe Groves, flashing across the middle. Groves made the catch. It's short of a first down at the 46, but great work by Howell with heavy pressure.
Yeah, not only that, but you see his arm strength because he was unable to step into the throw. That was just all arm strength.
2nd and 1 after the gain of 9. Handoff to Carter. Picking his way, getting some help from his friends from behind with a push. Will get the first down. And a Tar Heel slow to get up. That's Brian Anderson. Nope, excuse me. It's Charlie Heck, the excellent left tackle for Carolina. The run advances 3 yards. And it will bring up first down at the Carolina 49. Heels 20, Miami 19. 1:48 to go, third quarter. Howell, play action, looking over the middle. Now he'll tuck and run. And he'll dive over the Miami 45 to the 43 for a gain of 8. Don't know if that was a design run. I don't think so. I think he wanted to throw it, but decided to tuck and go.
Yeah, he wanted to throw it to Bo Corrales on the slant, but he didn't like that picture, so he tucked it and decided to run with it.
Heels by 1. Hand off to Carter. Pops it to the near side. Oh, man, looked like he had an opportunity, but Romeo Finley, the striker for Miami, able to take down Carter. So the Tar Heels, who ran so effectively last week, rushing for 238 yards, Tar Heels have just 27 yards on the ground in this one. 3rd and 3 after that one lost a yard. To Javonte Williams. And not enough. Got just a yard before Gervin Hall Jr. made the stop.
Player helmet off.
And we'll see here. Tar Heels are, it appears, keeping the offense on the field. The run gained just 1 yard. That was a 3rd and 4. So now it's going to be 4th and 3. Tar Heels some confusion with the personnel. Now they have what they want out there, and they are going to go for it. First time this year they're going for it on 4th down, and it's a big one. Howell in the shotgun. Boy, he got Miami to jump, but the Heels didn't snap it when he clapped his hands. And now Carolina's going to take a timeout to decide what they want to do. 15 seconds on the game clock, 3rd quarter. And when Howell clapped his hands, the Miami defensive front, a man or two did move. If the Heels had snapped it, I think.
If Anderson would have snapped it, I think they would. Polino has done that twice, and he's gotten them on one. The first one should have been called, but they didn't. I'll be surprised if Carolina keeps the offense on the field and go for this, especially the way Miami has been moving the football. Make them have to go the long way. Don't give them the ball.
Last 5 drives, Miami has driven deep into Tar Heel territory. They have 2 touchdowns, a field goal miss, and a turnover on downs, but they have been successful. And in fact, the Heels will bring out Kiernan to punt. Kiernan's had a tough day. 3 punts, 2 of them have been off the side of his foot. He'll be standing back on the Tar Heel 40. Receiving the snap from another freshman, Drew Little. Snap is good. And the kick from Kiernan, better. Not as long as I think maybe he wanted, although it is going to be fair caught inside the 20 by Thomas. But an end-over-end shorter punt from Kiernan to try to pin Miami back. And the Canes will have to start on their 19-yard line.
I think in his effort not to hit it too hard, he didn't hit it hard enough.
It was not what he wanted. That was from the 44 to the 19, so just a 27-yard punt as he tried to lob it up there. And Miami, who, as we said, last 5 drives have been able to move into Tar Heel, deep into Tar Heel territory, will have the ball. Any points on this drive would give them the lead. And they will start with the throw. Caught over the middle by Osborne. He caught it on the slant from the right side and gets it all the way out close to midfield. Quick hitter again for Miami. And as the 3rd quarter ends, the Tar Heels have the lead, but the Canes are full of confidence. It will be 1st and 10 for Miami from its own 48. 15 minutes to play. The Heels up 1 from Learfield, IMG College.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Healthcare is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game and in the stands when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
As official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel fan means there's no off-season. With the Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio or stop by and speak to a Wells Fargo team member to learn more. 2019 Wells Fargo Bank, NA, all rates reserved.
Nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of all teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Show them it's not safe to call or text while driving. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeal.
To learn more, visit your local agent, Insurance Service Associates in Forest City, or go to insureisa.com.
You've got a lot to be passionate about. Same is true with the all-new adventure-ready Ford Ranger. Once you experience the boundary-pushing off-road tech and legendary Ford toughness, you'll become a big fan of Ranger too. The only adventure gear built Ford tough. Drive it home. Drive it now. Drive it like a Ford. See your Carolina Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of today's game.
15 minutes to go. Carolina with the lead. Tar Heels led this thing 17-3 after the first quarter. Since then, Miami has outscored the Tar Heels 16-3. And it's a 1-point Carolina lead, 20-19. Miami will have it 1st and 10 on its own 48-yard line when action gets going here in quarter number 4. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina is the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics. Be bold, be confident, and live fearless with Blue Cross Blue Shield. Through 3 quarters, Miami 366 yards, 253 passing, 113 rushing. Tar Heels 260 total yards, 234 through the air. The issue, Carolina's inability to run the ball, just 26 yards on the ground. And Miami held Florida to 50 yards rushing. Miami is an excellent rush defense.
Yep.
And that's important to note. And it has slowed the Tar Heels down for sure. The big area, another big area, is time of possession. Miami's had it 28 minutes and 3 seconds. Carolina 16:57. We'll see if that plays a role here in the 4th. So, 4th quarter, Heels up 1. Miami now going left to right. They'll snap it 1st and 10 from their own 48. Williams in the shotgun. It is Dallas to his right. 2 receivers tight to the line right side, 2 wide out to the left. Crawford busts through the line, and he'll escort Williams to the turf. Aaron Crawford just whipped his man up front. He almost took the handoff on the play action.
Absolutely.
And dropped Williams down back at the 44 for a loss of 4.
And by the big man, that's what you call a quick win. And a good way to start this period right here with a sack on 1st down.
Another Food Lion sack to give back. Keep cheering on sacks that help us give back all year long. 3rd one of the day for the Heels. 2nd and long. Play action. Williams, time to throw. Now he's running out. Scrambling to the near side, directing traffic. And he wrapped up around midfield. After scrambling for a few, that was Crawford with the hustle. The big fella coming from the middle of the D-line to eventually make the hit. And it will be a scramble gain of about 6. Bring up 3rd and 8. A big one. Canes are 2 of 8 on 3rd down tonight.
Big 3rd down here. Let's see if Coach Bateman dials up a little pressure or he decides to play coverage.
Ball in between the 50 and the Tar Heel 49 on the near half. 3rd and 8, Williams shotgun. 3 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Here comes pressure. Williams in trouble, and down he goes. Cater and Ford slowed him down. Fox took him down.
And I thought Tamon Fox had a chance to get that football out. I think he went for it. But great play on 3rd down. Way to get off the field.
So after Miami hits the 29-yard pass on the final play of the 3rd quarter, Tar Heels get 2 sacks on the next 3 plays. And the other play was a scramble, which the Heels had pressure. Line drive kick. Newsom inside the 10, fields it, trying to get to the outside, far side. Nothing there. Newsom in deep trouble. He's dropped inside the 10. Forward progress will be at about the 7 or the 8. That was really good execution by the Miami special teams, both on the kick by Headley and then the coverage as well. That sack by Tamon Fox, we have him with 3 sacks now on the night. Coming into the game in his career, Tamon had 8 sacks. So, good night for him. Tar Heels need a good drive. They're pinned back at their own 7. Going from right to left. Ball on the far hash. Heels up just 1 point. And 20-19, Brian.
And Daz Newsom he'll understand, and the coaches will tell him, when you play a team as fast as Miami, you can make 1 move, but you can't make 2 and 3 moves. You have to get upfield.
Howe, play action, rips it. Low, incomplete. Looking for Corrales between the numbers and hash right side. Bandy was doing a nice job in coverage. Bandy, the only returning starter in the secondary for Miami, and he was blanketed all over Corrales. Throw was low as well. Clock stops on the incompletion. 12:40 to go. Still 20-19. Howe in the shotgun. He'll hand it to Javonte Williams. Pops to the outside. Steps through a tackle. Javonte, first down and more as he's headlocked out of bounds over the 20-yard line. Good hard running from Javonte Williams to get the Heels out of the shadow of their own goal.
Yeah, and if you're Carolina offensively right now, you're not thinking about scoring. You're thinking about continue to just move the chains. And if you have to punt, at least get yourself in a position where you flip the field and you play defense.
14-yard run, second longest run of the day for the Heels. They'll feed Javonte again. He's free. 30, 35, powers to the 40-yard line. Got the handoff, popped off the left side. He's telling, feed me more. Al Blades Jr. is the injured Kane who made the stop. And you never want to see anybody injured, but I tell you what, that happens a lot on the wrong side of those tackles when you try to bring down the freight train. That is Javonte Williams. That run was 19 yards, longest of the day for the Heels. 12-12 to go. Carolina up a point. They've moved it off their own 7 to the 40-yard line. Heels up 1 from Learfield, IMG College.
McCurry-Dake Motors has been providing the stylish Buick for families for generations. Come browse a new selection and you'll find the car that everybody's talking about. The family-owned dealership is deeply entrenched in our community. They understand the needs of the customers and will work with them to find the perfect car, truck, or crossover for their lives. Experience the new Buick at McCurry-Dake Motors. Take a look around the website to learn more about everything offered at McCurry-Dake Motors, 1740 U.S. Highway 74A, Forest City.
Hello, this is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. Are you on disability? Or maybe you're on Medicare? Or maybe both? Come see me, Dwayne Hunt at Insurance Service Associates, about a Medicare Advantage product brought to you by Humana. Please give me a call, 245-5301 at Insurance Service Associates, 127 East Trade Street, Forest City.
To buy your home, you became a house hunting ace. Learned about loans, scoured neighborhoods, and asked the right questions. Now you're queen of your castle. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll feel empowered to own your retirement like you own your home. Go to aceyourretirement.org. Because when it comes to clearing financial hurdles, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I'm jumping in with my clothes on.
Most party fouls are pretty dumb, but if you decide to drink and drive underage, you could lose your license and your freedom. Learn more at ultimatepartyfoul.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Chapel Hill, Carolina still leading Miami, but it's tight, 20-19. The Tar Heels up by a point. Elsewhere around the ACC, Louisville has shut out Eastern Kentucky 42-0. That's a final. Duke triumph over North Carolina A&T 45-13. And in the top 25, guys, under 10 minutes to go, number 9 Texas trailing number 6 LSU 37-28.
Big couple of runs, Dave, for Javonte Williams. Carolina, before those last 2 runs by Williams, had 26 yards in total on the ground. He now, on those last 2 runs, picked up 33 yards and has allowed the Heels to move to their own 40-yard line. They're going to come out of this timeout 5 wide. So Howe alone in the backfield, 2 receivers to the left, 3 to the right as Carolina goes right to left, and he will quickly get the snap and throw it near side to Carter. Carter near midfield, dragged down there by Quarterman, the talented linebacker from Miami, but a quick hitter in the slot near side to Carter, and he carries it into Miami territory to the 48.
Yeah, just another way to get the ball out to one of your playmakers in space quickly.
And they love Michael Carter in space. Mac Brown says repeatedly he is as good as anybody in the conference when he gets the ball in the open field. He'll check out, though, for this next play. Still 5 wide again. Wide left is De'Ami Brown. Michael Carter had checked out. Now he's going to come right back in. And Tar Heels going to have to take a timeout because in making the sub, you have to allow the opponent time to match your substitution. And the play clock was getting low And that's the second timeout the Tar Heels have taken in the second half. So they will have just one left. Miami has all three. We'll take another break. 11:24 now to go in the fourth quarter. Tar Heels 20, Miami 19 from Learfield, IMG College.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, is joining Tar Heel fans across the nation, cheering Go Heels. Whether you're in Chapel Hill for game day or on the road, download the Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find the location closest to you. Our family has been proudly serving pizza to North Carolina families for 20 years, with 10 toppings to choose from at no extra charge. There's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Fox Sports South. What anticipation! And if you're on the go, be sure to see every minute of the action on Fox Sports Go. Every crushing tackle.
Stop at the line of scrimmage.
Every goal line stand. Every spectacular touchdown.
What a catch!
ACC Saturdays on South is the place for hard-hitting action.
Down he goes!
UNC football, the ACC, and Saturdays on South. Catch it every Saturday on Fox Sports South.
It's always a great day to be a Tar Heel teacher, and we appreciate all our teachers do to keep our students at the top of their game. Throughout the season, we recognize outstanding Tar Heel teachers who have received Bright Ideas education grants from their local electric cooperatives, which are used to fund innovative classroom projects that bring creative learning to life. This week's Tar Heel Teacher of the Week is Heather Blackwell at Broad Creek Middle School in Newport. Her project, Make Virtual Reality a Reality for Us, is sponsored by Carteret Craven Electric Cooperative. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
Saving you money on car insurance has been in Geico's playbook for more than 75 years. So after the game, get a quote at geico.com. Geico, so easy a caveman can do it. Well, it's not easy closing out these Miami Hurricanes. Tar Heels have led the entire way, but that lead, once as large as 14 points, is just one. 20-19, 11:24 to go. Fourth quarter. Brian, big 11-24 facing these two teams.
Absolutely, and so far offensively, Carolina's done a good job of getting out of the shadow of their own end zone. You know, I want to see them continue to pound the ball. I'd like to see Javonte stay in the ball game, because really this is his type of ball game. When you play in Miami, you can't be trying to run sideways to sideways. You need a big physical back running downhill at him.
It is going to be Michael Carter in the game at the moment, though. He'll be standing to Howell's left. Howell in the shotgun. Tucker, tight end, wing on the right side. Two receivers to the right, one to the left. Howell claps his hands. He's going to throw it. Looking down the right side. And the man there, Toe Groves, can't get to it. He was bracketed with a couple of defenders. Romeo Finley and also Trajan Bandy. And Finley is down and in a ton of pain after the play. Finley, the senior striker from Fort Walton Beach, immediately was rolling on the ground after that one. It was a gutsy throw by Howell, as Groves was stuck between two defenders on the numbers far side. He had a chance to catch it, though it would not have been easy. The way they are working out Finley's left leg, I think it's just a cramp. Just the way that they are massaging and stretching it out. Clock stopped, 11:19 to go. There have been a lot of players, both sides, that have been down at different times tonight, as this has been a long, hot evening in at Kenan Stadium. It's almost 11 o'clock Eastern time right now. Let's go to Lee, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Lee.
Jones, one of the visitors on the Miami sideline tonight has been Chuck Amato, the former NC State head coach. He helped give Manny Diaz his start in the game of coaching football over at State. Diaz was a graduate assistant on the defensive side of the ball in the early 2000s. Amato was, interestingly enough, decked out in a very bright yellow jersey. Pre-game had a nice visit with Mac Brown, with Daryl Moody, one of his senior advisors here on the staff, and also with Diaz. So good to see Chuck Amato back in Kenan Stadium.
Yeah, Coach Amato's had some health issues over the last several years, fighting through it, and good to see him healthy and out here watching what has been a good ball game. 20-19 Tar Heels, 11:19 to go, fourth quarter. Howell now 12 of 20 228 yards and a touchdown. That coming off the game last week where he was 15 of 24, 245 yards, 2 scores, and no picks. It is 2nd and 10. Tar Heels still on the Miami 48 after the incompletion. They'll hand it to Carter. Wrapping around the right side. Carter has some room. He's at the 40 and may have the first down. Needed to get to the 38, and I think he got right there. So one of those longer stretched out runs, but the Tar Heels had the right side of their O-line pretty well bottled up. Good blocks out there by Tucker, and McKeithen helped spring Carter for 10 yards.
Yeah, and what Carolina did, they put the tight end on one side to get Miami to set their front, and then they put that tight end in motion. Now they get leverage over him, and now they can run the ball to that side to the tight end.
Howe. Again to Carter. Cuts back up the middle. Good solid gain of 4 yards on the first down run. Carter, who was set up to Howell's right, moved to the left, put his foot in the ground, darted up the middle of the line, and makes it 2nd and 6.
Yeah, and you hear coaches when they talk about the run game, you may not be able to run the ball all the time, but it's important for offense to be able to run the football when they want to run it. And right now, Carolina has decided to go to the run game, and they've been very productive this drive.
10-18 right now to go, 4th quarter, 2nd and 6. Heels up just a point. They're going to run the speed option. Far side. Howe pitches late to Carter. It was on the sideline, so Carter able to get a couple, but he really didn't have much room once he received the pitch. And he gains 2 to the 32. And it's going to be a big 3rd down, 3rd and 4. Carolina has had a tough time on 3rd down. Neither team's been very good on 3rd down. Miami 2 of 9, Carolina 2 of 8. Now Javonte Williams does check in for this 3rd and 4 play. He's standing to the right of Sam Howell, who's in the shotgun. Howell claps once. Now he'll look to the sideline. Play clock at 8. Play clock at 5 as Howell gets the call. Big 3rd down. Gets the snap. He will hand off to Javonte Williams, stretching it to the near side. Trucks over a couple of defenders, but all the hard work was just to be able to get 1 yard before Gilbert Frierson takes him down. And we'll see what the Heels want to do. This would be a 48-yard kick, maybe even 50, depending on where the ball is going to be spotted. Somewhere 48, 49, 50, right in that range. Off the near hash. It will be 49-yard attempt for Ruggles. It would be his long. He did make a 40-yarder earlier in the game.
And if you're the kicker right now, you want to get that ball up.
Remember, Ruggles had one blocked last week on a long attempt. Snap back, spot down. Ruggles' kick is up. It has plenty of leg, but it is wide to the right. No good. Plenty of length on the kick, but off the mark. And so Miami will take over at its own 32-yard line with 8:46 to go. Now each team has missed a field goal.
Yeah, and that was a good drive, Carolina offensive. They were able to flip the field at least. Now Miami doesn't get such great field position as if Carolina would have won a 3 and out. Now it's up to Carolina defense to get off the field and get your offense back to football.
Miami has all 3 timeouts. Still 8:46 to go in the 4th quarter. They fake the jet sweep. Williams will keep it himself. Actually, that's DJ Dallas. He's now going to reverse field, go the other way, and able to fight his way to the 35-yard line. So a direct snap to DJ Dallas. He faked the jet sweep, came to the near side, bottled up there, went all the way across the field, and works hard for 3 yards. 2nd and 7.
Miles Dorn with the opportunity to get a tackle for loss. You know, when a game is like this, every yard matters because you don't know. It could come down to a field goal, and the difference between, 1 or 2 yards could be the difference between the field goal kicker making it or missing it, obviously.
Miami has everybody tight to the line, even though Williams is alone in the shotgun. He looks to his left. He'll let it go, and caught in between multiple Tar Heels on the numbers far side by K.J. Osborne. The Buffalo transfer has been a big boost for Miami tonight, and he'll move the sticks on that one. gaining 8 yards.
Yeah, and for me, I would like to see Carolina make some kind of adjustments in terms of coverage, because everything right now is quick. It's either quick slants or quick out. So Carolina needs to play tighter coverage. They want to give the quarterback all the throws over the middle of the field, and if they don't, it's all quick outs right now.
7th catch of the night for Osborne. Handoff on first down. Coming to the near side and getting into the Tar Heel defense is Harris down the near sideline. Loses it. There is a flag down as Harris gets all the way inside the 5, but hold on. A flag down back at the line of scrimmage. Jeff Flanagan will make the call.
10-yard penalty. Still first down.
Well, an enormous call. DJ Scaife Jr., who was listed as the starting right guard. He has played right tackle tonight. And that nullifies what would have been a 50-plus yard run to inside the Tar Heel 10, maybe even inside the 5. Yeah. But the hold will move it back to the Hurricane 44.
And DJ,
by the way, the penalty occurred down the field.
Yep.
So it's actually 1st and 9 now after the penalty. Williams under center. Play action. Pressure coming from Strobridge. Williams lets it go and dropped. Boy, he hit his receiver right in the hands at the Tar Heel 42, but Brian Hightower, sophomore who does not have a catch, could not bring it in. It will be 2nd down for the Canes.
Yeah, great job by Strobridge of getting the pressure and chasing the quarterback out of the pocket, making it a much difficult throw for him.
Clock stops on the incompletion, 7:01 to go. Heels clinging to a 1-point lead, 20-19. Carolina led 17-3 after 1 quarter. Miami has methodically been coming back since. Tar Heels up a point. 2nd and 9 from the Hurricane 44. They'll keep it on the ground. Strobridge meets the ball carrier right at the line of scrimmage. He took down Dallas for no gain. Maybe 1. It'll be 3rd and long.
Good job by Strobridge. Again, playing with a low pad level, getting through the double teams, making the play. That's what you want out of your interior lineman. Don't just stay on blocks. Get off of blocks. Use your hands and make a play in the backfield.
Clock starting to get low. 6:33 to play. Miami has all 3 timeouts. Heels have 1. 3rd and about 8. Between 8 and 9 yards for the Canes.
And look for some kind of stick route, some kind of hitch or quick. Yep.
Williams to throw over the middle. Caught Jeff Thomas for the first down in Tar Heel territory at the 43. Just the third down conversion of the day, but a big one for Miami. They are now 3 of 10. Brian, what'd you see?
Yeah, the tight end right now, he sits down. So once the tight end sits down, the safety has, who is Miles Durham, he has no other vertical threat. So now he should be driving on that in-cutting route.
It is going to be a gain of 12. Williams has now thrown it 34 times, 27 of 34. 5:45 to go. Dallas, he's into the secondary left side. Dallas, 25-20. Gimmel rips him down, but not until Dallas gets all the way down to the Tar Heel 10. In fact, they're going to mark him inside the 10.
Yep.
It'll be 1st and goal at the 6. Dallas with the 37-yard run.
And it's the run game. Miami has been consistent with the run game since the 2nd quarter, and they've been hammering at it and just stayed on it, and it's paying off for them right now.
7th play of the drive. 5:20 to go. Dallas now over 100 yards, 2nd straight year against the Heels. He had 114 last season. He's at 107 tonight. 4th time in his career he's had 100 plus. Williams under center. They'll keep it on the ground, but a flag comes in.
I think false start by the tight end.
False start. Offense number 85. 5-yard penalty. First down.
This tight end Will Mallory. Now remember, a field goal would give Miami the lead. That does move the ball back to the 11. Clock moving, 5:02 to go. Tar Heels have led the whole way, but that lead is down to 1. Miami's offense has been able to drive multiple times after some struggles early. Carolina defense trying to hold on. First and goal from the 11. Play action. Williams will let it go. Has a man in the end zone. It's caught, but was he in bounds? Yes, on the left side. Mallory brought it in. They may review this as he was trying to tiptoe on that left sideline of the end zone. (25-20) now to the score, and yep, I think he was able to tap dance that left foot in. Nice job by Mallory, sophomore from Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah, Miami's going for 2 here, which makes sense. There's no need to be up by 6.
Touchdown. That play is under review.
And Mallory caught it right on the left sideline of the end zone. I do think he was able to pitter-pat that left foot down. He did not get both down, but of course one is enough in college. 4:38 to play. Brian told you Miami's going to go for 2 if this stands. And again, if it stands, 8 plays, 68 yards, and 4:08 off the clock if the touchdown holds up. It's another check under the hood.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. It is a touchdown.
So that look under the hood was presented by Honda Dealers of the Carolinas. Get a deal you like on a Honda you love. Visit CarolinaHondaDealers.com. So 25-20. Miami now with the lead. They have outscored the Tar Heels 22-3 since the Heels had that 17-3 lead after the first quarter. And Canes will go for 2. First time they've gone for 2 this season. And the Tar Heels looking for a stop, which would be a big one here on the 2-point conversion. It would allow a touchdown to give Carolina the lead back if they can stop them. Williams will be under center. Dallas, the lone back behind him. He will play action, standing tall in the pocket. Pressure coming from Strobridge. Dumps it off, and incomplete. Mallory couldn't make the diving catch. He was blanketed by Ross. And Mallory almost able to leap and bring it down, but couldn't do it. So, Brian, a touchdown will still give the Heels the lead, but we'll have to find out after this break. Miami up 25-20, 4:38 to go from Learfield, IMG College.
Have you heard the 3 big lies about Medicaid eligibility? First, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your house. That's not true. Second, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. That's not true. And third, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. That's not true. Please call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Ken Paulman, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm for a free consultation and learn the truth about Medicaid and eligibility and nursing home care in North Carolina. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify and not lose everything you own. Call the Arledge Law Firm today at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherford. Again, that's 287-3338.
I can't believe he found them.
He seems sorry.
We very clearly told him not to look up there.
I'm honestly impressed that he was able to do it.
Right? What, did he balance on that big chair? Or...
Yeah, I mean, I guess he'll just know what his gifts are this year.
I really thought we had hidden them well.
If they can find their presents, they can find a gun.
911, what is your emergency?
Every day, 8 kids and teens are unintentionally killed or injured by loaded and unlocked guns. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and End Family Fire.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
For the first time tonight, Tar Heels on the wrong side of the scoreboard. Miami 25, Carolina 20. 4:38 to play. Heels about to receive the kickoff. A reminder about syncmygame.com. You can learn some easy instructions to watch the game at home on TV if that's how you're checking it out, but also listen to our broadcast at the same time. Part of that broadcast is our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee, what's happening down on the sideline with the Heels now trailing for the first time tonight?
Well, Sam Howell's getting ready to go out. Dre Bly just came over, gave him a tap on the helmet and nod and a wink. Dre watched him throw a 90-mile-an-hour fastball back in Charlotte when Dre was coaching Sam Howell's Youth League baseball team. Dre also coached Howell in 7-on-7 football when Howell was coming up. So a great relationship there. Dre helped lay the groundwork to get Coach Mack Brown into the home, get him recruiting him, and getting him lured away from Florida State.
Baxa, who has put just about every kickoff through the back of the end zone, does it again. And the Tar Heels will start from their own 25-yard line. 4:38 to go. One timeout to work with. And now down 5, so a field goal doesn't help you. Last 7 drives, Tar Heel offense, 4 punts, a field goal miss, and the end of the first half where they ran just one play. So the offense has not been able to have the same level of success it had early. They'll need a 75-yard touchdown drive if they want to win this one.
Yeah, and you feel like in order to do that, they're going to have to get a big chunk play here on this drive, too.
And remember, just one timeout for Carolina. They'll keep it on the ground. Javonte Williams pops it to the outside over the 35-40. Williams tackled from behind over the 45-yard. So there's a nice chunk play to get things started on the ground as Javonte Williams gains 22 to the Tar Heel 47.
Yeah, with 4.5 on the clock, time will not be an issue on this drive, so we're fine with the clock.
Tar Heels do hustle up to the line of scrimmage. Howe, play action to De'Ami Brown near side, makes the sliding catch at the Miami 49, and then he's having a little face-to-face chat with a Miami defender. Not a smart move there by really either player. That's DJ Ivy, who is chatting with De'Ami Brown. The play gained 4.
And the last thing you want to do as a player right now is cost your team 15 yards.
Heels going right to left. Ball on the near hash. Howell in trouble, trying to fight out of a sack, but he can't do it. Quarterman comes and gets the enormous negative yards back to the Carolina 43-yard line. It's a loss of 8, and it will bring up 3rd and long. Jonathan Ford was in there harassing Howell as well. 3rd and 14, 3:20 to go. Maybe 4-down territory. 4 receivers in the formation. Heels trailing for the first time tonight. Trying to keep this drive going. Howell in trouble and dropped again. I think the ball came out too.
Ruling on the field, the runner was down. 4th down.
So down before the fumble. And Carolina's going to use its last timeout.
Timeout.
The sack loses 4 more yards. And so Carolina, in taking this timeout, is going to have to go for it on 4th and 17. It'll be after this break. Carolina in dire straits, down 5 in the final minutes from Learfield, IMG College.
Traffic. It can be more stressful than that last-second Hail Mary pass. But Nissan changed the game. Nissan Rogue has available Nissan Intelligent Mobility, like ProPilot Assist, that can start and stop in highway traffic all on its own and help keep you centered. Nissan Rogue. It's a game changer. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics. ProPilot Assist is an available feature and cannot prevent collisions. Always monitor traffic conditions. Keep both hands on the steering wheel. See owner's manual for safety information.
For Tar Heel fans, Saturday is game day. For business owners, it's another day in your work week. UPS gets that. That's why they offer Saturday delivery. So you can keep things running smoothly even while your customers drop everything for the game. Stay on top of your game. Ship with UPS, official logistics company of North Carolina Athletics.
Football season at B-Dubs is here, people. Let's clear your schedule. Your younger brother's destination wedding? Pass. Knowing what we know about him, you can catch the next one. car needs washing? Try Rain. Yard work? Say you're going for the grown-in look. Cancel everything. There's more important things in life than all that life stuff, like tackling a mountain of wings, raising beer-like trophies, and not doing whatever it is you were supposed to be doing like a true champion. Buffalo Wild Wings. Roar!
55 to go, and a couple things to tell you. One, the officials have gone back to review that previous play. Howe did lose the football. He was ruled down on the field, but they'll go under the hood, presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Get a deal you like on a Honda you love. Visit CarolinaHondaDealers.com. But also, the Tar Heels have their punt formation out. So they took their final timeout, but have the punt unit out. Best case scenario for the Tar Heels, if they do punt it, if Miami doesn't get a first down, the Heels would get the ball back with about 30 seconds or so. The problem is they're facing a 4th and 17. And obviously your chances aren't real high. So we'll see what the coaching staff decides. For the officials, it may be moot. The officials still talking about this. If it's a fumble and Miami recovered, then Canes are going to get the football at the 40-yard line of the Tar Heels. 25-20 Miami with 2:55 to go. Here's
After
Jeff
review,
Landry.
the ruling on the field stands. 4th down.
So no fumble, but it is 4th down for the Tar Heels. Carolina led 17-3 after the first quarter, but since then Miami has been able to slowly come back and eventually now take the lead, and now the Heels will send their offense back out. So it's going to be Corrales wide right, Joe Groves slot right, De'Ami Brown wide left, Tucker a wing on the right side of the line, Javonte Williams standing to the left of Howell, who's in the shotgun. Carolina needs 17 yards for the first down. Long way to go. They need to get to the Miami 43. Howell has time to throw. Uncorks one. Man there. First down. Groves at the far numbers at the 40, slides in to bring it in and move the sticks.
Yeah, sometimes in this situation, defensively, you can get too conservative, play too passive, and I think Miami did that, but great throw by Sam Howell. Great cool under pressure.
So the Heels get 20 on 4th and 17. Howell to throw again, lets it go again, caught again, this time Corrales far sideline at the 28, gain of 12. The field goal does nothing. Heels down 5. They need a touchdown. 2:31 to go. Clock will restart after they move the sticks.
And on defense, when you give up a play like that on 4th and 15, that takes a lot of air out of them.
1st and 10 at the Miami 28. Heels going right to left. Ball on the far hash. Howell 5 wide. He's going to run a quarterback draw. Cuts back and dragged down at the 24. Solid gain of 4. On the quarterback run. 2nd and 6. At this point, with the Heels out of timeouts, there's only one in that they want to this drive, and that's a touchdown. That's all they have left.
Yep.
Down 5. They'll go 5 wide again. 2nd and 6 from the Miami 24. Hurricanes jump offside. Howell, free play. Lets it go. Far sideline. Corrales. Oh, he dropped it. He drops it in the end zone.
And I don't think it would have counted anyway. I think Corrales actually stepped out of bounds.
On the field's an incomplete pass. During the play, offside, defense, number 94, 5-yard penalty, 2nd down.
So that will move it to the 19. The Tar Heel students thought it was caught. They erupted. Everybody thought it was caught as Corrales had it in his hands in the front right corner of the end zone, but couldn't bring it in. 2nd and 1, though, after the penalty. 1:41 to go. Howell this time will have running backs to either side of him. Carter to his right, Javonte Williams to his left. 3 receivers in the formation. They'll keep it on the ground to Carter. Carter at the 15. Carter near side to the 10. He's hit from behind and dropped there. It'll be 1st and goal. Miami has 3 timeouts if the Canes want to use them. 90 seconds to play. Carolina out of timeouts. First and goal from the 10. Clock still moving. It's at 1:18. Ball on the near hash as Carolina goes right to left. 4 receivers in the formation. Javonte Williams to the left of Howell. He'll send him out into the flat right side. Howell looking, standing tall, lets it go. Man there. Touchdown! Touchdown, Carolina! Jazz Newsome tiptoes in the right side of the end zone for 6. .101 to go.
Carolina's going to go for 2.
The Tar Heels are going to go for 2. As with all scoring plays, it is under review.
It's a touchdown. That play is under review.
All scoring plays are reviewed. They will take a look. We have not seen a replay yet. Brian, there's one coming right there below you if you'll take a look. Newsome.
Oh, that's a catch.
Boy, he may have gotten both feet in.
That's an easy call.
That's a pro touchdown.
That's an easy call.
Boy, what a throw by Howell. And Newsome bringing it home. 26-25, the current score. Assuming the play stands, let's find out.
After review, the ruling on the field is confirmed. Touchdown.
Still 1:01 to go. Miami has 3 timeouts. Heels going for 2 to try to go up a field goal.
And after only 2 weeks of this season, the legend of Sam Howell continued to grow.
Heels convert a 4th and 17 on the drive. Toe Groves made the catch on that one. And now Carolina asking for the students to quiet down a bit for this 2-point conversion opportunity. Howell sends Groves in motion. He'll now come up and get under center. Has a true eye behind him. Groves goes back in motion from left to right. Howell gets the snap. Pitches it near side to Carter. It's a race to the pylon. He dives in for the deuce.
And Jones on the original formation, I thought they were going to run the speed option to that same side.
What they ran last week, going for 2 against Miami or against South Carolina.
And with that look Miami gave them, that's exactly what I thought they were going to run then.
9 plays, 75 yards, 3:37 off the clock. Still 1:01 to go. It's Howell to Newsome. We'll take a quick break. From Learfield, IMG College.
Tar Heel fans, when shopping for your game day celebrations, don't forget to pick up your favorite variety of Lay's potato chips and Tostitos to tailgate like the Tar Heels. Tostitos and Lay's are an essential part of the game day tradition and a proud partner of Carolina Athletics. Whether you are at Kenan Stadium or hosting Heels fans at home, make sure Lay's and Tostitos are a part of your Tar Heels game day ritual. Go Heels!
Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's all about you. Elora Bridal offers unique collections with more than 300 styles, which are as unique as you are. Visit Reed's Jewelers to try on diamond rings from their timeless couture, blush, and harmony collections. Or you can custom build your own ring from their design collection. Elora Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. It's your style and your choice. Reed's Jewelers, official partner of the Tar Heels.
Come back, it is a touchback on the kickoff. So Miami will start on its own 25, going from left to right. 1:01 to go. Hurricanes have all 3 timeouts to use. Tar Heels up a field goal, 28-25 after the 10-yard Newsome touchdown catch. And then Michael Carter converting the 2-point conversion. Here we go.
Yeah, if you're Carolina, if you're a defensive player, this is where you want to be right here. You want to be on the field with an opportunity to close the game out.
Williams in the shotgun. Gets the snap, Heels rush 4. Williams flushed out of the pocket. He's going to head into the secondary. Cuts back past Gimmel. Eventually, Carolina takes him down at the 43. They had a chance earlier in the play, but couldn't do it. He gains 18. Miami quickly to the line of scrimmage. Clock at 47 seconds. Williams again. lets it go, caught by Thomas, loses the football on the tackle, but he pops up in the air and falls back into his hands at the Carolina 49. I believe Miami, well, maybe they didn't take a timeout. Did. 33 seconds to go. Williams to throw again. Somebody wide on the far side of the field. It's caught by Harley, and he runs about near Tar Heel 30. Carolina just lost him that time. It's at the 32, so now Miami in field goal range. They would need that to tie. Carolina up 3 with 26 seconds to go. Again, Miami still has all the timeout. Tar Heel bench asking for a late touchdown. Miami trying to answer.
Somebody has to make a play.
Ball far half. Change go left to right. Williams lets it go. Man open. Overshot the intended receiver. Boy, oh boy, Brian Hightower had gotten a step, but the throw was too long. Morrison was doing his best to catch up. Clock stops with 20 seconds to go. Williams was going for the sophomore Hightower between the hash and the numbers right side. Carolina crowd getting up again. 20 seconds to go.
Tackle the ball, get to the football. Multiple guys. First guy secure the tackle. The next guy come in, try to strip it away.
Heels bring 4. Williams flushed out of the pocket, dropped. Cater drags him down. Miami takes the timeout with 13 seconds to go. Ended up being
timeout. Miami.
Maybe a gain of 1 on the scramble. Nope, they're going to mark it right back the original line of scrimmage, which is the 32. So no gain. Brian, 13 seconds left. How many more plays do you think Miami has before the field goal attempt, if it comes to that?
Yeah, if I'm Miami, I'm asking my kicker, where do you want the ball located? And then I'm going to run the ball, get it to his location, call the timeout, and send my field goal unit out.
Timeout. Will be a full minute.
28-25 Carolina. 13 seconds to go. Sam Howell directs the Tar Heels on a 75-yard touchdown drive, including a 4th and 17 conversion. Hit Daz Newsome for the touchdown. Michael Carter gets in for 2 to give Carolina the 28-25 lead with 1:01 to go. Miami has worked off its own 25 to the Tar Heel 32 with 13 seconds left. Canes still have 2 timeouts left. Bubba Baxa, the field goal kicker, made a 50-yarder earlier in the game. Yep. We know he has the leg.
Yep. So I would run play to wherever he wants the football, try to get it in his spot, and send him out.
13 seconds as Williams is in the shotgun. Dallas to his left. 2 receivers tight to the line on either side. It's going to be a throw. Williams over the middle, incomplete. Tried to find Harley at about the 16, and now there's 9 seconds left. And here comes the field goal unit for Miami. This will be a 49-yard attempt off the left hash. As we said, Baxa made a career-long 50 back in the first quarter.
Yep. But he's also missed 1, and he's also had 1 block today.
49-yarder to try and tie with 9 seconds left. Here we go. Snap back, spot down. Kick is no good. No good. Missed it wide to the left. Tar Heels are celebrating. They need to come back. There's still 5 seconds
Game is
left.
not over. Game is not over.
There's still 5 seconds remaining. Tar Heels are going to have to take a knee. Lee Pace, it's pandemonium in Kenan Stadium.
There is. Mac Brown wants a new tradition of lighting the bell tower. It actually lit just a very couple of seconds. Carolina blue. It needs to wait just a minute, just as the Tar Heels need to come back from the student section before they celebrate.
Hal will take the knee. Miami does have timeouts. Hal will take the knee, and that will do it. The legend of a freshman quarterback grows in Chapel Hill. The Tar Heels score a touchdown with 1:01 to go. Light that bell tower blue. The Tar Heels win it 28-25 over Miami. We got a lot to do, of course. For the first time since 2014, the Tar Heels are 2-0. Coke postgame report coming up. Heels win it by 3 from Learfield, IMG College.
Nobody really knows